you safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gon' need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gon' need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gon' need you to learn. We won't win if stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Greetings. Greetings, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. As you come in, please hit the like. Please subscribe if you have not. Feel free to share the stream. You can also support the show by hitting the Cash App, MoLove8686, or hitting the Super Chat. Thank you to the ones who are already here. Shout out to Irby. He's always first. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, Kojak, good to see you. Thank you so much for always supporting. And yes, please hit the like as you all come in. Too Low Key, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. ACOG, shout out to you. Awesome stream earlier. Hey, E. Why you say eyes? What is that about? Shout out to E. Um, yeah, so tonight's topic is the spirit of confusion, and we will tie that into Isaiah 5 and 20. I do want to start with prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you for tonight. Lord, we enter this space with humility and also seriousness. And Lord, we understand that your word warns us in Isaiah 5 and 20 that there will come a time when people will call evil good and good evil. And what we're seeing today also, people walking in darkness. So, Lord, I'm asking that you bless us, Lord, as we are living in a time of deep confusion where many people cannot tell truth from deception and wisdom from foolishness. So, Lord, I ask tonight that you open our minds and our hearts to see clearly. And I ask that you please break the spirit of confusion that is blinding our culture. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Hey, Scam, good to see you too. Yeah, so the title is The Spirit of Confusion in Our Culture. Um, and Isaiah 5 and 20 would be the scripture that will tie into this. And it says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. So the word woe is pretty serious in the scripture. It's actually a warning of deep spiritual danger. So God is saying that there will be a time when people become so morally confused that they literally reverse reality. And we're seeing that today. So things that are destructive will be praised. And again, that's what we see now. Things that are actually righteous will be attacked. And when a society reaches that point, the damage goes far beyond individual behavior. It affects the entire culture. Hey, Bolo.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm alive. Lord gave me another day to get it right. So I'm going to do my best to try and get it right.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for, your dedication towards the show. I appreciate it. Would you like to add anything so far?
Yeah. You said woe means, trouble. And it's
Mm-hmm.
serious. Woe means destruction.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it means. Sudden destruction. So, yeah, you need people to understand that woe is not nothing to play with. Right? When
Right.
people say, woe is me, that means something's going to happen. So when the Lord says, woe unto you, All right. But yeah,
So was
definitely.
it right when I said deep spiritual danger? Or
Absolutely.
this,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
Hey,
you
Tim,
know,
good to see you.
yeah. When the Lord tells you, woe unto you that call evil good, that warning is death.
Right.
That's
Mm-hmm.
what it is. When he's giving you, so it's not like you don't have a warning shot, right? So nobody can say, "Well, you didn't warn me," you know. And this verse is one of the most piercing warnings in the Bible.
It is.
There's a lot of warning verses and chapters in the Bible. This is one of those piercing ones. It speaks directly. There is no interpretation needed. It speaks about moral confusion when people begin to reverse God's truth and celebrate what he calls wrong while rejecting what he calls right.
Yeah.
So, in doing that, you're endangering other people, not just yourself, right? If it was just you, then okay. But when you're calling something which is wrong right and something that is right wrong, you're typically not doing that just for yourself. You're typically doing it for other people. So
Mm-hmm.
when Isaiah was speaking to a society that had slowly drifted from God, the people had not completely abandoned, the gospel, but their moral compass had flipped. What God called sin was being normalized, excused, and even praised. So God calls this out strongly with the word "whoa," and we don't
Right.
mean it. We don't mean it the way Black Rob meant it in the record. That's another way of taking what the Lord says and perverting it, right? And that's just what we do as man.
Mm-hmm.
When they not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good, as Run DMC said. So in Scripture, that word is not casual. And this is the
Right.
thing that we have to understand with the word. When the word says something, and again, I use this example all the time. When the Lord says someone is getting killed, he ain't talking figuratively. The way we put it together is, you'll say, that woman was killing that dress, right? We flip it to
Mm-hmm.
mean she's dressed right. When the Lord
Right.
says what he says, it means what it means. So that's what I got for it right now.
Mm-hmm. That's so true. In this scripture, it's not just identifying sin, it's also pointing out how people know they're living in sin and they're trying to justify it and make it right. So that hits different because we see people that say, "Oh, I know I'm living wrong. I'm gonna try to get it right. I'm gonna ask God to help me with this thing." But it hits different when people are trying to make what's wrong right. You
Mhm.
know?
Well, that's why it was a plural statement.
Mm-hmm.
Woe unto you. He didn't say, woe unto Esdras or woe unto this guy. He said, woe unto you. That's a plural statement
Mm-hmm.
because, again, people were living in a different thought process, and what they were doing was trying to make or normalize what was off, right? So the word woe is not casual. You don't hear it. You don't see woe that many times in the Bible. Okay. You don't see
Mm-hmm.
that word being used or thrown around casually. You know, um, so you need to pay attention to when you see it. You
Right.
know,
So
you
the
know.
the oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
I was gonna go to the first point. That's why I wanted you to finish.
Oh, so yeah, so it's not casually used,
Hmm.
and when you're looking at a book, uh, I mean, in its entirety, there was 88, but the canonized Bible, which is 66, what was used 106 times.
Mm-hmm.
When the Lord tells you fear, do not fear, he says it over 302 times in different variations, but he uses it. So the word woe, it is a serious warning of judgment and
It
spiritual
is.
danger. So yeah, it's it's
Mm-hmm.
it's um it's dangerous when you hear that before your name. If you hear
Right.
woe before your name, it's not a good thing.
Right.
Woe, woe unto you, Bolo.
How
That's not
dare you, scam?
yeah, that's not cool.
He said only women's sin.
Yes.
The
We talked about you being
audacity.
a troll, right? Then we talked about
Yeah. So my first point, moral confusion weakens the foundation of society. So a society cannot survive without a moral foundation. How many times do we hear people say, "Oh, you're not the moral police," or "What's right to you is not right to everybody else," which is true. That's cool. But a society cannot survive without a moral foundation. Morality is what teaches people responsibility. It teaches them discipline and also accountability. But when a culture begins rejecting moral truth, everything begins to destabilize. So you'll see families struggle because commitment is no longer valued. You'll see community struggle because respect begins to disappear. Leadership struggles because integrity is replaced with ambition, and slowly the entire culture begins to become unstable. And the enemy understands completely that if he can erode moral standards, he doesn't need to destroy society from the outside. People will begin destroying it from within.
that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
And some people may still be a little bit on the fence with what this looks like. So,
Mm-hmm.
given some plain examples, greed is called ambition, lust is called freedom,
Mm-hmm.
pride is called self empowerment, and dishonesty is called playing the game. Over time, people stop feeling conviction. When that happens, the conscience becomes numb. So, this is why the Lord is saying, woe unto you. The Bible
Mm-hmm.
warns about this in 1 Timothy 4 and 2. People become seared in their conscience. What does that mean? That means that the Lord locks you into that thought process. He hands you over to your own vain lust and your pride. That's
Reprobate.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So again, what does that mean? That means that you have gotten to a point where not even God can talk to you. You have
Right.
gotten to that point where not even the Lord can talk with you. So when it gets to that point, he releases you to what you want. That's what he releases you to. So again, you know, calling good evil is the other side of the coin. When
Mm-hmm.
righteousness becomes unpopular, people who stand for the truth are often mocked, rejected, and labeled as the problem, right? Bible thumpers and things of that nature.
Exactly.
Um, you start saying people with integrity is called foolish, faith is called ignorance, discipline is called oppression, speaking truth is called hate, right? When you
Mm-hmm.
sit here and you say, I don't understand why this grown ass man right next to me is identifying as a cat, and I
Mm-hmm.
gotta entertain this.
Right.
You know, Jesus warns the world about it. This is why the Lord tells you that the wisdom of the world is foolishness with him, that you can't even give a definition of what a woman is today. People are afraid of giving the truth. So this is where this world is getting, right? So the scriptures tell you in John 15:18, if the world hates you, know that it hated me before it hated you. And that's where we're going. We're going there slowly, but surely we're getting there. So when good is attacked, it usually means truth is threatening something.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it usually means. So when someone just arbitrarily attacks you and you've done nothing, it's not you they're attacking. It's that spirit, that Holy Spirit, that spirit that you walk in, that they're attacking because you're disturbing their normality. And when you walk into a room without you saying anything, those spirits see you.
Right.
So yeah. So
Yeah. So the second point, you see people defending things that are actually hurting them. So another sign of the spirit of a spirit of confusion is that people will defend things that are clearly damaging their lives. You can see it in relationships. For example, someone could be disrespected, constantly manipulated, or lied to. And instead of recognizing the toxicity, they may defend the person that is hurting them. You can also see it in certain habits where people know certain behaviors are damaging their peace, their mental health, and their finances, but they justify it. So the enemy doesn't always destroy people by forcing them into evil. Sometimes he just convinces them that destructive patterns are normal. And that's what we're seeing today, where things that are destructive, it's being normalized. Like, it's okay. And if you call it out, you're the problem.
Yeah, yeah. Darkness in the Bible represents sin, confusion, and separation from God. Light represents truth and righteousness. So when people walk in darkness long enough, they start
Hmm.
believing darkness is normal. This is why the Lord tells you, can two walk if not be agreed? If we're not agreeing, we can't walk in the same direction.
Right. Hmm.
So it's a lonely walk. So yeah, those of you who choose to do this know that you will be attacked. Why? Because Christ was attacked. You will be
Hmm.
mocked. Why? Because Christ was mocked. So um don't be
Yeah.
surprised, and it's easier said than done to say don't be surprised when it happens. It's really easier said than done. But I hate using the word but the Lord tells you, prepare yourself.
Hmm.
If you're coming to serve me, prepare yourself, because this is what's going to happen. And I don't want you to think that,
Right.
it's something that I'm not preparing you for. I'm preparing you for it. And I'm saying to you that this is going to happen. So, um, it's going to be a little surprising. It's like jumping into cold water, right? Cold water, it shocks you.
Hmm.
But if you calm your nerves and you calm yourself, you start to get used to it and you learn to be able to maneuver in it.
Hmm.
Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you like swimming in ice cold water. No. What it means is, when you are in uncomfortable situations, you learn to be cool as a cucumber, and you learn how to function without flipping out. And that's where the Lord wants us to be able to
Hmm.
say, "Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I see what you're doing. I see it. Well, let me explain something to you. It doesn't move me. I know,
Right.
it doesn't move me. I'm going to stay focused, right? Because again, when we talk about Peter walking on the water is the water.
Hmm.
The water didn't change. Peter did.
Mm.
When Peter walked out on that water, that was his faith. He kept his eyes on the prize. The prize was Christ.
Absolutely.
When Peter took his eyes off of Christ and he focused on the water, again, the water didn't change.
Hmm.
Peter fell in. And what was the thing that Christ said? Christ didn't come out and say, "Water, you are bugging out." He didn't come out and say, "Water, it's your fault." What did he say? "Peter, what ye of little faith."
Right. That's so true. Hey, J Speed. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Family of God 21, good to see you. What do you think about this? We are no longer living in the time of Pisces faith. We are living in the time of Aquarius delusion.
Well, I get it. You know, I'd rather
Hmm.
we just would have said we are no longer in the time of delusion, but we are living in the time of faith. That would have been easier. But when you're looking at
Hmm.
these zodiac signs, Christ don't deal with those things, man. There's
Hmm.
no, Christ don't sit here and say, you're a Sagittarius, you're a fire symbol. No, when you're
Hmm.
in Christ, you're a new creature. Because again, the reason why Christ doesn't deal with that, because a lot of the times people attribute these signs to have certain types of character traits. And although sometimes it may be true, you're not locked into it, because anybody can change from what they are to what they need to be in Christ. So
Hmm.
um, I get what he's trying to say.
I do too.
I get what you're
Right.
trying to say.
J Speed said water bearer.
Um, I guess he was saying that was that family of God. I don't, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. He was
They might be
responding to family of God.
talking a language that they're talking a language that I don't
Yeah.
have the Rosetta Stone too. So
Hmm. So my third point, truth feels offensive now. I think that's a huge one today. Um, that's something that we see today. So the truth has become uncomfortable for people. So if someone says something honest about a particular behavior or growth or accountability, people get defensive. So instead of asking, is there truth in what was said, the response becomes anger. And the Bible warned us about this in 2 Timothy 4:3 when it said people would no longer endure sound teaching but would surround themselves with voices that tell them what they want to hear. And we see that today. Basically, people prefer validation over truth, you know. And that's not to say that anybody's perfect. The Lord knew that we would mess up. The bigger issue tonight is knowing that you're wrong and trying to justify it, you know.
The enemy's strategy has always been distortion.
Mm-hmm.
It has always been distortion. And even in the Garden of Eden, Satan didn't destroy truth outright. He twisted it. That's what he does. He tries to give you let's look at it from this perspective, even though we know that the Lord told you that you're not supposed to touch this.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the times, when people are in pain, all they see is what they see. So when you come with the truth and they ask for the truth and you give them the truth, it sounds like it's offensive, and it's
Right.
the Lord puts it that way for a reason. It's supposed to be hurtful to you. Why? Because He's not in it. You are. If He was in it, then you wouldn't go to Him for the advice that you're asking for. I'm right here
Right.
next to you. I'm right here next to you in the Alcoholics Anonymous. Why are you asking me how to get out? I'm
Mm,
drinking just like you. So what we're gonna do is we're both gonna go to somebody and say, "Yo, dude, how did you get out of being an alcoholic, man?" Now again, I may have to take a little bit of what you got and apply it to me, and I may change it just a little bit, but give me the foundation of how you stopped. And a lot of the times it's not gonna be something you want to hear. That's why it's called truth. You're not gonna want to
exactly.
hear it. You're not.
Oh,
And
Lord
it's going
help
to
me.
sound like it's going to
Hmm.
sound like someone is attacking. It's going to sound like someone is diminishing your pain. No, that
Mm,
person is not diminishing your pain. There's a reason why the Lord tells you to go through it, and that person is the one explaining it. There's a purpose for it, because if I'm in the hole with you, both of us see what we see.
right.
The best person to tell you what's outside of the hole is the person that's not in the hole with you.
Mm,
But however, a lot of the times when people are in that hole and the person is trying to explain to them what they're seeing, it sounds like isolation. It sounds like
attack.
attacking. It sounds
Hmm.
like these things. It sounds like.
It does.
This is why we
Yeah.
say how you feel affects how you see. If you're in pain, that's what the enemy is going to use, distortion. This is why
Mm,
we pray and say, Lord, please keep the people around us rooted in the word. So although we may think that what they're saying is hurtful, we know that they're not hurtful people. We know that they're rooted in you. So at least we can come from the position of saying, listen, OG Speed, sometimes the way he speaks is rough, but I know it comes from a place of love.
right.
So although I may not want to hear it the way he's saying it, I'm going to suffer it for now. I'm going to
Hmm.
suffer. A lot of the times we don't do that. A lot of the times, we run with our feelings. And again, the Lord gives us room for that. That's why He tells you be angry and sin not. But the point of the matter is, when we make decisions or when we say things when we're angry, it's hard to unring the bell once it's rung. I'm not saying that it can't be unrung. Just understand it's hard to unring it. So
Hmm.
yeah.
I agree. The fourth point, discipline and responsibility are being rejected. So, one thing that helped previous generations build strong families and communities was discipline, because discipline teaches responsibility and it also teaches patience. And it teaches people that their choices also have consequences. But today, discipline is often viewed as oppressive rather than necessary. So people basically want success without any sacrifice. We want everything right here, right now, and people want respect without being mindful of their character, and um, they desire wisdom without having to go through certain things, without the experience. But that is not how growth works. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Discipline and responsibility are being rejected.
Um, Today people don't want to go through the learning phase, the growing phase. I mean,
Hmm.
let's use Job as an example. Do you really think Job wanted to go through what he went through to become the man that he needed to become? No,
No. Hey,
he
Lady
didn't.
Navola, good to see you.
Job didn't want to go through it at all. But see,
Hmm.
the thing that Job asked for, and I just finished saying this on ACOG when we were talking earlier, you know, he was asking for a mediator. He was asking for someone to stand in between him and God because too much was going on. He just lost all of his livestock. He lost uh, 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 all of his possessions, but most of all, he lost his children.
Oh, wait.
Then the enemy attacked him, his flesh,
Hmm.
and he was like, "Man, listen, man. First off, in humility, I can't stand in front of God. I can't do that. It's impossible for me to do that and ask questions and things of that nature. But I wish that there was someone that could do that, man. Someone that would be an intercessor for me." And
Hmm.
he didn't even know that he was prophesying both for him and for future prophecy, right? He didn't know that he was talking about Jesus, but bigger than that. Well, let me say closer than that. He didn't know he was talking about himself because after all of that he went through, what did God tell him? God said, "Hey, listen, you need to pray for them
Hmm.
because if you don't pray for them, they're going to fall into my hands." And
Hmm.
that's exactly what Job wanted. And the Lord was fashioning him to be that which he wanted. You're going to be that man. Why is it? Because you understand pain. You understand
Man.
you understand being attacked. You understand all of that. So when you go into prayer for that for those brothers, it's going to be a sincere prayer. So, yeah, man, it's a
The
it's a
very thing that he was praying for, he basically had to become.
correct.
Mm.
But no one wants to go through the learning curve. Who wants to go through the
The
learning curve?
painful process, right?
And nobody wants to do
Nobody wants to.
that. Mm-mm. That's
Um,
why this is such
mhm.
that's why this is such a lonely walk because Christ
I
had
mentioned it the other day. I think
right.
I was talking to my mom about that, you know?
Yeah, that's why a
Yeah.
lot.
Once you
That's
get
why
serious about it, it's
yeah, it's on and
different.
popping. It's on and
It
popping, man.
is.
So you know, people say this is I have one life to live. This is my life. I'm gonna pop it off. I'm gonna be happy. Okay, you have every choice and every reason to want to be happy. If that's what you want, go ahead and go for it.
Hmm.
Understand, understand everything comes with a price, be it good or bad. Everything costs something. So just be mindful of the decisions that you make and how you follow and who you follow.
Right. That's true. Um, point five, social media amplifies confusion. So another reason confusion spreads so easily today is because social media again um, applauds extreme behavior, and the loudest voices often get the most attention. And unfortunately, the loudest voices are not always the wisest ones. But we see that outrage trends, Of course, drama will continue trending, and conflict is another one. But wisdom is what is often quiet and it rarely goes viral. So when people consume chaos all day, it affects their perception of reality. And that again aligns with people viewing evil as good and good as evil.
That's 100%. I mean, your intake has been all day anger. Your intake has been all day hurt. Your intake has been all day pain. Your intake has been all of these things. And then you
Hmm.
ask, and then you ask for truth. That doesn't even, I don't understand that.
Right.
Your intake has been these things all day, and then you ask for truth. And that thing is, all of these things that you've been intaking is in your system. We got to get that out your system.
Right.
Typically when when you're trying to heal yourself, what do they tell you? We got to put you on a purge.
Hmm.
All that stuff you got in you, we got to get out of you. Your thought
Right.
process, your thought process, the way you see things, the way you move things, the way you smell things, you have to, see things differently. And
Hmm.
when you come into this truth, when you come into the word, you have no choice but to look at it that way. And sometimes it does, like I tell people all the time, I got to go to the movies once or twice, depending on what movie I'm watching, because I don't get to enjoy it the first time because I'm filtering it through the lens of God.
Hmm.
How are they hypnotizing people with this damn movie? And I'm analytical and I'm looking at every part of the room. You see the cross upside down, you see the checkerboard with Mason things, and you're looking at all this stuff, and you're like, God, you're looking like, damn, you know, you can't enjoy it, you know. And then the
Hmm.
second time you go, now you can sit back and go, okay, I got to look past all the madness and the thought process and just, enjoy this Marvel movie, even though they're putting little hidden subliminal messages in it, So,
Yeah.
it's a hard thing, because again, there's an accountability and a responsibility that you take, you know,
Right.
um, and it's not easy.
Hmm.
It's never easy. But
So it's. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, 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 I'm done. Go ahead.
No, that's why it's so important because social media is definitely being used to um, influence the masses in a not so positive way. But again, it depends on how you use it. But keep in mind that because the loudest voices often get the most attention, that doesn't mean that there is truth there. So just be mindful of what you allow into your eye gate, your ear gate pertaining to social media. Um, point six.
Let me
This is
just
the
add
last.
this before you go to point six. Let me add
Okay.
this. There is an accountability and responsibility on the person listening, because
Right.
a person is looking to tantalize what they're entertaining in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're angry, they're going to look for something that's angry, opposed to saying, I'm angry, I'm pissed off. Let me go look at something that might just soothe my mind right now. Let me listen to some Sade. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna look at that.
Yeah.
What they're gonna say is, let me watch this movie that's gonna make me even more angry. Let me listen to this talk show. Let me hear this podcast that's going to influence my anger even more. So it's a tandem dance and a tandem walk with those that are pushing that type of um, that type of media, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, to those that take it in. So yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. I agree. This is the last point, and then after Bolo responds, I will drop the link if you guys want to come up and share your thoughts. So, point six is moral confusion affects mental health. So, one thing people rarely talk about is how moral confusion will, affect that specific area. Because when people live in environments where everything feels chaotic and unpredictable, their mind becomes overwhelmed and they don't know what standards to follow. They don't know what boundaries are healthy and they don't know who to trust. And when people lose that sense of moral clarity, that's when anxiety and emotional instability can begin to increase. Would you like to add?
Um, absolutely. Um, Brandon's gonna start loving this conversation here. Um, when the mind is under heavy stress, the body feels it. That's the way
Right.
God's set up. God designed us as one whole being, spirit, mind, body, soul. When one part suffers, the others feel the weight. The Bible speaks about this truth long before modern science ever studied it. The mind has the power over the body. Scripture tells us clearly in Proverbs 17:22, a merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken
Mhm.
spirit drieth the bones. He's telling you how you feel affects how you see. That's what he's saying to you. In layman's terms, that's what he's saying. If you're a happy person, meaning that it doesn't mean that you laugh at every damn joke, but you ain't looking at doom and gloom and everything that you think of, right? He
Right.
says this is powerful. A joyful, peaceful mind strengthens the body like medicine. But when the mind is weighed down with worry, fear, stress, it slowly drains the body. People under consistent stress often express headaches, stomach problems, fatigue, high blood pressure, and weakened
Mm-hmm.
immunity, right? The body's responding to the burden the mind is carrying. In simple terms, what sits heavy in the mind eventually shows up in the body. Anxiety, physical, uh, physically weakens us. In Proverbs 12:25, it says, anxiety in the heart of man's causes depression, but a good word makes it glad. Telling you again, it starts from the spirit. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
unable to pivot and move the way you receive things, then we're doing the same thing for no reason. So when someone is overwhelmed mentally, fear, worry about the future, guilt, anger, the body
Mm-hmm.
begins to operate in survival mode. The heart beats faster, muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow. If that state stays far too long, the body starts to wear down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
God never designed us to carry the weight of life alone. This is why he says, cast your burdens upon him. Stress is often a sign of carrying what belongs to God. We talk about this all the time. Jesus gives us the remedy in Matthew 11:28. Come unto me, all ye that
Oh.
labor
Mm-hmm.
and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. What does that mean? That means that you're anxiously and willingly giving God what he says is mine.
That is so good.
So many
Mm-hmm.
people today are mentally exhausted because they are trying to control everything. And we tell you all the time,
My
I say this to
God.
you guys all the time, control the controllables. Things that are in your power to control, control it. Anything outside of that, leave it in the hands of the Lord. So people try to control a future, problems, outcomes, people. But the human mind was never built to carry that much weight. Stress builds when we try to sit in the seat that belongs to God. And sometimes we don't even know we're doing it. So peace comes when we release that control. Let go, let God. We hear this all the time. What does that mean? Okay, let go. Let go of those things that you can't control. Let God, let Him take control of it. He's going to handle it, right? So peace protects the body. When Christ talks about peace, what is that peace? Knowing that I got you,
Hey,
knowing that
Vaughn.
I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
handle. Excuse me. So in Philippians 4:6-7, Paul writes, "Be anxious for nothing, and the peace of God will guard your heart and minds." What does that mean? If it's meant for you, it's going to be yours. Don't get caught up into when you're supposed to get it and all that stuff. Do what you're supposed to do in the moment. Don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to come with or without you. It's going to have its own problems, right? So God's peace acts like protection over both the mind and the body. So when a person prays, trusts God, trusts God, trust God, and lets go of consistent worry, their breathing slows down, their body relaxes, and their strength returns. Peace is literally It literally it restores what stress drains. So there are small but powerful things we can do to learn from this. What is it? God, what you allow to live in your mind. Not everything. We create more demons in our brains than there are in the world. We
Mm-hmm.
create more. Why? Because that's what Satan does. Satan will just plant it and move back and allow you to water it, right? So speak your worries to God in prayer instead of letting them sit in silence. A lot of us do that, especially when we're depressed, right? What do? We go into that room and we just continue to regret. We continue to go through it. And the Lord is telling you, I'm right here next to you. Why don't you just give it to me? You're choosing to hold on to this. You're choosing to put this chain and anchor around you. Although it may seem like you're not. Although it
Mm-hmm.
may seem like you're not. Because someone might be saying, no, I'm not. Yes, you are. You are. Because when a God, my God tells me if I make my bed in hell, he's there with me. If I make my
Right.
bed in hell, he's there with me. So what does that mean? You're talking about a God that's hands-on. You're talking about a God that's going to get out of his comfort in heaven, on his throne, being worshiped in glory, come down here and come to a place where he's going to cast people down and say, I got to go get my son. I got to go get my daughter. So
Mm-hmm.
give it to God. Fill your mind with truth instead of fear. Rest. Even God commanded rest because the truth is simple. Let's understand this. A stressed mind will also slowly wear down the body, but a mind rested in God strengthens the whole person. Just like a tree planted near water,
Mm-hmm.
it grows strong roots. A mind grounded in God produces a body that can endure storms. And remember this, if you remember anything I said, I know I said a lot. Stress may visit everyone, but it was never meant to become your permanent residence. Peace is the
Mm-hmm.
place God intends for your soul to rest and live.
That's really good. I agree. Hmm.
Yes,
Yeah,
you can
I
take
was
a
just
minute.
thinking about when you said, "Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest." And even though sometimes we know that we don't walk in that, as you stated, we'll try to carry these things by ourselves, and add stress. And God is right there, ready and willing.
That's
We
pride.
just have to be willing to um,
Give it to him.
surrender.
Right.
Hmm.
That's pride
How is it pride?
because you can't carry it. So why wouldn't you give it to the man that tells you I can?
Hmm.
Now, again, it doesn't seem that way when you're in it. It never seems that way when we're in it. But at the end of the day, if the Lord is telling you, you can't carry it, and I'm right here next to you, sitting with you in the room in darkness, and I'm
Hmm.
telling you, you can't carry it. And what do? We continue to carry it to the point where we can't carry it no more. And then we start entertaining the inevitable, which is self deletion. We start entertaining the inevitable, which is taking drugs, drinking, whatever it may be, whatever your
Hmm.
vice may be. That's
Right.
ego. That's ego and pride. Ego and pride doesn't always show up as a bravado. It doesn't. We think it does. It doesn't
It.
always.
Hmm.
It doesn't always. So when the Lord is telling you, give it to me, and you're saying, no, I'm going to hold on to it. Okay. Let's see
Is
how
it ego and pride, or is it lack of trust?
it's not, it can't be lack of trust because you never trusted him. Lack of trust means that I did trust you at one point, right?
Hmm.
And then you failed me, and now I don't trust you no more.
Or
Okay.
and is it because it's unfamiliar? So used. If a person is so used to carrying everything, you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So if someone comes to me and says, hey, listen, man, you've been carrying this all your life. I'm
Hmm.
telling you, there's a different way. And I'm looking at me carrying this thing. It's making my back hurt. I'm starting to crouch over. I'm getting older. I've been trying to carry this thing all my life, and I've been trying to do it my way, and it doesn't work.
Mm.
It doesn't work. Why? How do you know it doesn't work, Bolo? Look at your body. Look at what you've been carrying and look how it's affecting your body. And this person is coming to you and telling you, hey, I got a different way. Let's try it. But sometimes, like you said, you become familiar and you own it. I don't trust you. I haven't given you anything to not trust me. I've done nothing for you not to trust me. So how do we get to this point? Now, you can't say, I don't trust God. God is never going to fail you. So you can't say, I did trust God and he failed me. That can never be uttered out of anyone's mouth. So then what is it? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the Lord is saying that this is something that was never meant for man to have. Satan tricked you. Because why? Because in pain, you think you're living. Now, again, that's not the thought process that we're going through when we're in it. You're twisted. But in pain, I know when people lose people, they remember them through pain. I was there. They remember them through pain. And that's what the enemy has you do, right? He has you focus on the last year or two of a person's life, opposed to trying to remember the 50 years that you were with them. Because when you're remembering that last 2 years and the deterioration of them, what does it do? They're already gone.
Right.
They're already gone. So what does that start to do? It starts to deteriorate you.
Yes.
And that's why the Lord is telling you, let it go. Let it go. I'm not telling you let them go. I'm telling you let go of the pain. It was never meant for you to hold on. That burden was never yours. It's never yours. That's why he said to the heavy laden, I'll give you rest. I will give you rest. You can't achieve it yourself. I will give you rest. Lord, I was hungry. How come you ain't feed me? Well, I sent you 8 pigs. Well, you said not to eat the pigs. Well, that's why you're here with me in the spirit right now. As you
Hold
asked me,
on.
yeah,
But is that a good? Okay.
it is a good analogy. You asked me for food. You said I'm
Well, why
hungry.
would he send something that he told us not to eat?
Exactly. There's your answer. You just answered it.
I'm
You just answered
confused.
it.
Hey,
What are you
Angel,
confused?
good to see
Obviously,
you.
if he says for me not to eat something and then send that thing for me to eat, what is he telling me?
What is he telling me?
Eat
Did
it.
I miss it?
Yeah, you did. He's telling you eat it. That's what he's telling you. That's what he's saying to you. If you sit there and you say, Lord, listen, man, you told me never to swim across this river, never to swim across the river. And here it comes. We see lava coming. And the only way for you to be saved is to swim across the river. You're going to sit here and tell the Lord, you told me not to go across the river, so I'm going to burn up in the lava. Okay. That makes sense? It doesn't at all. It doesn't make sense. This is why the Lord had to tell Peter, the angel, what did he say? Don't make what the Lord told you is unclean and he says it's clean now. Don't tell him it's unclean. Don't say that, bro. Why? Because I'm God. I can do what the hell I want. For example, me, who else is in the chat? 84 and Irby. Where are your children? Where are your children? And you say, nobody can eat in the living room. We're supposed to eat in the dining room. That's the law that mommy has set. So nobody's going to eat in the living room. So let's just say it's Irby's birthday. Is Earth strong? And then you say, go ahead, guys, man, go ahead. Enjoy yourself in the living room. Do you think that I'm going to turn to Irby and say, nope, I'm not going into the living room. Mommy told us not to go into the living room. Or do you think I'm going into the living room? What do you think?
You're not going to go.
I'm going. Because the only person that can break the law is the person that made it, correct?
Hey, Stanley, good to see you.
So if you
That's
said
true.
no one can go and eat in the living room, and then you turn around and say, all right, guys, you can go eat in the living room. Why wouldn't I eat in the living room? Me getting punished is out of the door now because mommy said we can eat in the living room, correct?
Hmm.
So the
So when
only
it comes to, and I know this is off topic from the original topic, but if the Lord is saying that there are certain things that we should not put in our body, and then the scriptures also say that the law is not done away with. Christ just came to fulfill the law. We don't null and void that out, right?
well, no, you don't null and void it out. Now what the Lord did, you have to understand what the Lord did
Mm-hmm.
when he came. See, when you look at the core of the covenant of Moses, you didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Christ now says, Duke, I'm opening it up. I want you to want to love me. This ain't no force at this point.
Hmm.
This ain't no force. Now, again, we use pork. Pork ain't gonna get you to go to hell. Right? You're not gonna go to hell if you eat pork. But the Lord gave us a reason why not to eat pork. Why? It's a dirty damn animal.
Exactly.
It's not healthy. But that's
Mm-hmm.
not gonna get you to hell. Is it unhealthy to eat? It's the unhealthiest meat, period.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. He was trying, remember, the covenant of Moses could not save you, it only shaped you. Israel was supposed to look a certain way to the world. When
Right.
anybody wanted to look at how are humans supposed to act, look at Israel. Israel are the people. If you want to know how to act, look at Israel. But Israel could not keep the laws. They couldn't. Christ came to
Mm-hmm.
fulfill the law. Why? Because the law was saying there's someone that has to die. There has to be a great sacrifice. So he
Yeah.
fulfilled it. He wasn't doing away with it. Not at all. Not at all. He wasn't doing away with it. Right? So again, people tell you, you ain't supposed to eat pork. You ain't supposed to eat pork. You ain't supposed to do this. You ain't supposed to do that. But you're living in the covenant of Moses. Because when you sit there and you talk to the same people that do that, and you say, okay, you celebrate Passover, right? Yes. Do you sacrifice lambs? No. Hold on. If you're living according to the law, you're supposed to sacrifice a lamb. So what's the
Hmm.
purpose of the Passover if you're not doing that? That's the law. So we can't pick and choose what we want to apply, right? This is why Christ came. That's the difference. What's the difference between the covenant of Moses and the covenant of Christ? Grace and mercy. That's the difference.
Okay. Good
No,
point.
no, I got you, 84. I'm the same way. No pork on my fork, neither.
Oh,
No
you
pork.
don't eat pork.
No, I don't. I don't eat pork and I don't eat shell food. No, I don't eat it. They're unhealthy.
Okay. Right.
Lobsters, shrimp, they're the roaches of the ocean. No, I
Mm-hmm.
don't eat at all.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, so I think all the points were major, but the last point, the where we talk about the spirit of confusion attacking the mind pertaining to Isaiah 5:20,
Well,
um,
everything
and
is
how it affects mental health because um, it's again talking about how people have become so spiritually confused that they cannot recognize evil anymore. And that means that their perception, as you said, has become distorted and their understanding of reality has been altered. So basically, they're in a state of moral numbness, and that's definitely an attack on the mind because the enemy understands something about human beings. If he can confuse the mind, he can start to control that person's behavior because everything in life flows from the way a person thinks. As Proverbs 23:7 says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So the enemy works overtime to confuse people's understanding of what is actually healthy and what is righteous and what is destructive. And once that confusion takes a hold, people begin making decisions that damage their own lives. And again, pertaining to moral numbness, that was Isaiah's warning. It speaks to something we see today. When people are exposed to chaos long enough, they stop recognizing it as chaos, and things that once would have been considered wrong start feeling normal, and people began tolerating behavior that once would have shocked them. And that's how confusion slowly erodes morality. And we see that today, you know.
yeah. So I
The
mean,
thing the thing today is, well, what if they're, They don't view it as wrong. And God gave us common sense. What do you mean? Some things you know are just flat out wrong, you know? And
You know,
people will try to justify it.
man, I mean, to add to what you're saying, right? And to just make it plainly, um, it's it's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
We have to understand. Originally, God designed it, the system of our bodies in fight or flight to protect us. That's what He designed it for. The amygdala wasn't designed for us to live in. It wasn't. The hippocampus
Mm-hmm.
was. That's the part of the brain that regulates happiness and things of that nature, right? If a lion was
Right.
chasing you thousands of years ago, your body needed to run or fight. But
Mm-hmm.
today, many people live in constant emotional pressure, and the body stays in that emergency mode, and it breaks down your body, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
what happens when your body gets broken down? And we're trying to show you that it's the perception. It's the perception. Now, again, not saying that you will never be in danger, but it's the perception of it. That fear that you live in, that anger
Mm-hmm.
that you live in, that anxiety that you live in because of whatever you're going through. So, what happens to you? Your heart rate stays high. That's going to affect your heart. It's going to give you high blood pressure. It's going to weaken your heart. It's going to weaken the system that controls the blood.
Mm-hmm.
Blood pressure rises, muscles stay tense, digestion slows down, immune system weakens, the body begins to wear down. The Bible captured this truth. It
Right.
captured it, so chronic stress physically damaged the body. This is why the Lord tells you,
It
give me your
does.
burden, give me your pressure, give me your anger. Doesn't mean that you're not going to be angry. Doesn't mean that you're not going to go through tribulation. Doesn't mean that. Those things that you can't control, those are the things that stresses us out. That's what
Hi,
stresses us.
Brandon. Good to see you.
So modern medicine has shown the long-term stresses that contributes to heart disease, high blood
Mm-hmm.
pressure, weakened immune system, digestive problems, sleep disorder,
Diabetes. Mm-hmm.
memory decline. One major area affected in the hippocampus, the part of the brain connected to memory and emotional balance. We don't live there. Most of us live in the amygdala, the part that controls fight or flight. Too much cortisol from prolonged stress can actually shrink this part of the brain over time. In simple terms, a mind under constant pressure slowly harms the body God gave it. God knew
Mm-hmm.
what He was doing, man. And He gives us the answer. Here's the problem. Are we going to apply it?
Right.
Are we going to say, I'm tired of moving the way I'm moving? Something got to change, or my body is going to break down. Choice is yours. Can't nobody do it for you. Can't nobody do it for me. I got to say, okay, I got to stop eating the way I'm eating because it's affecting me. There's no
Mm-hmm.
one going to be around me 24 hours a day say, hey, Bolo, don't eat that. Maybe if you're a millionaire, you can. But ain't no one going to be around you practically. You're going to have to learn to say, you know what? I got to have some type of discipline. Doesn't mean you ain't going to slip. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
mean that you're not going to fall. That happens to all of us. But the point of the matter, all the Lord wants you to do is show up and give your best. That's it.
That's
You take
it.
care of the rest. So,
Mm-hmm. Brandon said, I am quite obsessed with human health. Don't get me started on board.
hey, brother, I'm saying to
Yeah,
you,
it's
that's why
bad.
I said I knew you would love this part of the conversation, right? I mean, let's get
Mm-hmm.
deeper into it. Sometimes the root stress is deeper than work, bills, or daily pressure. It can come from guilt, bitterness, unforgiveness, fear, spiritual
Mm.
heaviness. These things have an effect on the body. Peace heals the body. It does. When a person finds peace, forgiveness, faith, and emotional release, the body begins to calm down. Cortisol drop. Remember, cortisol is released so that you can go choke that pit bull. It's not made to be pumping through you at all times.
Mm-hmm.
So cortisol drops, blood pressure stabilizes, the nervous system resets. Science call this the parasymptom the parasymptom damn the parasympathetic nervous system. The body's rest and healing mode. This is why
Mm-hmm.
sleep is so important.
It
So,
is.
all of these things work for to help you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy. We understand it. But once you put it into use, man, once you put it into use, it's something that you can control how your body moves.
Sometimes.
If you give in to Christ totally. Will
Yes.
we ever do that? I don't know. But the Lord is telling you. Peter was able to walk on water, man.
Mm-hmm.
Peter walked on water, dog. Literally, he walked on water. Why? He gave in total faith. But when he took his eyes off Christ, remember the water didn't change. The water was rough. Peter changed. He took his focus off Christ. So when we take our focus off Christ, and all of us do it, there's no one here that doesn't. When we take our focus off Christ and we start focusing on other things, now we're leaving way for the enemy to come in. And that's what he wants.
Mm-hmm. So Brandon said, "It is your nervous system you don't control."
You control your nervous system by controlling everything else. You understand, Brandon? Your nervous system gets weaker because of all the chain reactions that happened.
Right.
Now,
What if
now it's
you
not it's
you?
not an easy. Now again, we're not talking about people that are sick.
That's what I was gonna say.
Right?
If
We're
you
not
already
talking
have
about
a
those people. Nah,
weakened immune system and
no, we're not
your health
talking
has
about that.
already been compromised.
Nah, we're not
Okay.
talking about. Remember, those are people that are exceptions to the rule.
Right.
Right? We're not talking about the exceptions. We're talking about the rule. We're talking about the
Mm-hmm.
rule. This is why when you go meditate and you play certain music, your heart rate slows down and you don't feel as stressed as before. So that cortisol that's being released to keep you in that zone and tensed up because you might have to fight 8 pit bulls, you start to release that. You start to see things a little bit different. You're no
Mm-hmm.
longer in that fight or flight. You no longer have that tunnel vision anymore because you're in a safe place. Your vision starts to widen just a little bit. And
Yeah.
everything has a trickle down effect. There's a
Yeah.
trickle down effect. So that's what it means when you're saying that you're able to control it.
I think it's also important though to shed light on people who have certain ailments. Some people born with, and it can affect their nervous system beyond what they're able to control. That's
Absolutely.
also
Yeah.
a
Those
huge
people we're
factor.
not talking about. Those people we're not talking about because they started outside the gate in an unfair situation.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So we're
Yeah.
not going
And
to talk about,
that can make a person kind of, yeah.
yeah, we're not going to talk about, but here's the thing. We can mitigate their situation. We can mitigate, right? I remember we was having a conversation with Smitty, right, on YouTube, and Smitty was saying, "Listen, man, when I lost when he had the accident,
Mm-hmm.
he said for a little bit he was depressed. He was depressed, but he didn't stay there. He said I
Mm-hmm.
had to get my life together, right? I had to figure out how. There's two things I can do here. I can either sit in this chair
Mm-hmm.
and be woe is me, or I can get out there and live life. It'll be different. It's not going to be the same, but it doesn't stop me. So yeah,
Right.
some people start the race with an unfair disadvantage. They do. That goes on.
Right.
But we can mitigate how much damage happens. We
And
can
even
mitigate.
and with depression too, I think it's also like, for example, Smitty's situation. It's also important to take into account that there are different layers when it comes to that. Sometimes it's a clinical thing much
Absolutely.
deeper than something being seasonal, because certain things can happen in your life to drive you to a temporary depression
Correct.
versus if there's a chemical imbalance, that's something different.
Right. So people just understand there are, what we're talking towards, right? We're talking towards the rule, not the
Hmm.
exception. You know, what does he say? 100% correct on everything you said. I am very happy you know this.
Hmm. Shout out to
Well, thank
Brandon.
you. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate you and all that you do. You are both a scholar and a gentleman, sir.
Yeah, he is. But
Thank you.
there are so many things that go into, mental health.
And the crazy thing about it is the more you know, this is what can be a blessing and a curse. The more you know, the more, uh, I don't want to use this word, but I'm going to use it. The more you know, the more, okay, I found a different word. The more you know, the more caring you become. And that caring shows up in different ways. The more you know. If you don't know something, then you can only respond or react to what you know. That goes without saying. That's common sense. But the more you know, when you know that there's something coming down, you know that around that block is 8 pit bulls and this cat ain't listening. Sometimes you have to sit there and go, you know what, man? You and I are gonna fight because I love you too much. And if you go down that road, them pit bulls are gonna kill you. And I don't want you to find out, but you're hard headed.
Hmm.
So we gonna fight. There was a movie that reminded me of They Live. I don't know if any cats, I'm showing you my age, but They Live. And there was a part of the movie when Roddy Piper, when you put these glasses on, you start to see that they had the human race in slavery. These glasses would allow you to see, the sign saying obey, sleep, obey. And he's walking with his friend. And he says to his friend, yo, I need you to put these glasses on. And he's saying, no. He
Hmm.
said, my man, you need to put these glasses on so you can see what's going on. He said, no. He said, well, check this out, man. I'm going to beat your behind. He didn't say that. He said, I'm going to beat your A. You're
Hmm.
going to put these glasses. Did they fight? That fight that they had was so crazy. And then after the fight, he put the glasses on his friend, and his friend saw. Sometimes you're going to have to do that.
Hmm.
It's not, and it's not going to be an easy fight,
Right.
but sometimes it's for their own good. And sometimes you got to let it go. Sometimes you got to step back and be like, all right, B. The Holy Spirit will tell you when to move and how to move and all that stuff. So, yeah. I
Mm.
heard you said Rowdy Piper. Yeah, yeah. It was called They Live, man. If you haven't seen that
I think
movie,
I've heard of it.
yeah,
Heard of it.
it's a good flick, man, pertaining to how, the powers that be have sold you out to spiritual demonic forces and how they keep us asleep with the refresh rate of the television, with all of the chemicals that they pump into the water to keep you docile, of fluoride. Fluoride, it keeps you docile. You know what I'm saying? So all these different things that they have in the system, it's
Mhm.
crazy, bro. It's crazy. But yeah, I'm surprised nobody hit the link. Usually you have 30 people up here by this time.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
normally on Sunday night. Cause I think last Wednesday, uh,
Nah, you had people up here last Wednesday. Let
I
me see if I
did.
can find
Hey
that part.
Vaughn, good to see you. Pray that
Who
all is well.
Vaughn came in, he got his
Miss
15 minute.
hearing you teach on Tuesday nights. So Brandon said people fear what they don't understand and hate what they can't conquer.
Look at you quoting nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at you. Yeah, so it's yeah, I got it. Here it is. Well, I can give you the long version. Let me see they live. Here it goes. Yo, P. I sit here and I sit here and again, you sit here and you I think about the people that I fight with and the people that I argue with and the people,
Oh my
you love
gosh.
that you go into these
Isn't
things.
it annoying Arguing with the people you love.
Yeah, but you love them, so you go through it. Here, can you share my screen?
Mm-hmm. I hate arguing.
So at this point of the movie, Roddy Piper already has the glasses. He put the glasses on, and it freaked him out because what the glasses is keeping you asleep. I mean, the regular television and these signs, they keep you asleep. The glasses, which is supposed to be the Bible, it filters all of that stuff out. So you see it for what it is. You start to see people for who they are. So at this point, he's saying, yo, you need to put these glasses on. And he's like, no. He said, well, we're going to fight and you're going to put them on. This is the fight. Here we go. Now, this is what you go through. Now, Roddy Piper represents, now I want you guys to keep this in mind. Roddy Piper represents us, the believers. The guy that he's fighting, the black guy, he represents the ones that's still asleep. And this is what we go through spiritually when we try to bring you this word. We all go through it. And this is something that the Lord tells us, right? He said that, listen, they're going to persecute you because they persecuted me. They're going to ridicule you. This is what this symbolizes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so sometimes in the conversation, you know, we get. I
don't want to fight you. Come on. I don't want to fight you. Stop it. No.
Yeah. He said, I don't want to fight you. I'm trying to save you. I don't want to fight you. Stop it. The dude said no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, you got to listen, if you love this person, you're going to go through the changes, right?
Put on the glasses.
Remember, y'all still friends. Y'all just think differently.
Oh.
Man, I told you I didn't want to be in.
Wow.
Oh, you dirty motherfucker.
Let me get four because they fight for me. All of this for him.
Wow.
He's trying to give him life. And all of this.
I'm sorry.
Now you finally get your friend, family, sister, brother, cousin to hear the word. You finally get them to hear the word. And this is what for the first time their eyes are open.
Look at them, they're everywhere.
Maybe they can see Alley 5th and Spring.
Now hold on. You ain't the first son of a bitch to wake up out of their dream. What's that?
Okay? When you see them, this is the spiritual war that God put in these movies for you to see. When you see them, they see you. It's no longer a fair fight. Satan ain't playing with the same gloves that he's playing with his children with. He's coming guns a-blazing. So now he says, you finally see. And what did they say? Yo, they finally see. And what shows up?
Brother, life's a bitch. She's back in heat.
This is what it is. This is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it is when we go out there and we try to give the gospel to people that we love.
Right.
That's you got to go through that fight. When you love them, you're like, man, I got to give it to them. I got to give it to you. You know why? Because the person that loved you went through the fight with you. You dig?
Man, that's real.
Christ went through it. Absolutely. They Live is a
Mhm.
good movie, man. It's a good movie. It's an old
What is
movie.
it called?
They Live. It's a
They Live. Okay,
1988.
got it.
1988.
Shout out to Brandon. I appreciate you for supporting the channel. The $2 super chat, Bolo. You are a genius and a sage. Shout out to Bolo.
That's what's up, keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love, that you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support, keep it going.
Thank you so much, Brandon, for the support. Vaughn said sometimes you have to drag them to the truth.
You ain't wrong, brother. You ain't
Mm.
wrong. Sometimes you gotta force it, but
Hey,
it's a good movie, man. It's
hey,
definitely a good flick.
Black and I think that's Pride. Good to see you.
Man, it's
Y'all have
definitely a
to
fight.
watch it.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Good movie.
Sometimes you have to drag them to the truth. But what if they don't accept it?
Oh, that's you can't do no more. Once you know,
Mhm.
then this is what part of the movie you take them to. Hold on, this part comes.
Hi, Larry. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. To everybody tuning in, if you have not subscribed, please feel free to subscribe and hit the like. Larry said the reality is people that don't have money and stability, they don't function properly. It doesn't matter what religion or lack of it they are.
Say it again. What did he say? They what?
The reality is people don't have money and stability. They don't. The reality is people that don't have money and stability don't function properly. It doesn't matter what religion or lack of it they are.
I can see what you're trying to say, but I would happen to disagree because there's always exceptions to the rule. Always.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but he said, unfortunately, God doesn't care when you do what's right and spend your life helping those in need because you wind up in poverty and despair. The reality is people don't really have a lot of need for things spiritual because they like utility and they're not really that practical for the average person.
Well, that's the problem. That thought process right
Mhm.
there is the problem.
That's a
You know, again,
huge
if
issue.
if you think that you don't need it, then your body will cause you to put you in a thought process that you don't need it. You know, I use
Mhm.
this example all the time. Women think they pregnant, their body will form the symptoms of being pregnant. They'll stop having a
Mhm.
period, they'll start having morning sickness, all this stuff, and they're not pregnant. Okay. So
Yeah.
the mind controls a lot, right? It
Everything
controls a
starts
lot.
in the mind. With the,
Absolutely. And it triggers other things. But if you can share my screen,
okay.
hold on, let me get it up. So this is the part to what my man was saying. If people, I think that you said it. If someone just don't see it or they want to fight, this is the part that you take them to. This is where we go. We go to this part now.
Be honest.
Say that.
So you know, you talk to people and they try to understand what's going on, and you're telling them, hey, you know, the world that you live in ain't the world that it really is.
Right. Hey,
You know,
Usher Muscular. Right.
it sounds like it, and I get it. I get it. You know, I'm here disturbing the groove. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That's what Christ calls us to do. He calls us to be that monkey wrench in this world, this construct that Satan created. We're the monkey wrench. We're the
Mhm.
ones that throw, we're the ones that break the 12. There's not 10. There's not 5. There's only 2.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back.
Once you know Christ, you can't turn back. Christ tells you it is better that you had not known me than to have known of my glory and go back to your vomit.
Mm-hmm.
You take
So
the boot.
look, okay.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna address Larry, but you can go ahead.
The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
So now I'm gonna take this down. I'm gonna
What is this? The Matrix?
This is the Matrix. And I'm gonna show the first one.
I have to watch that.
I'm gonna show you the next part where he flips out, because the next part is the connection to him understanding. It's the connection.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what brings it all. That's what brings it all together, right? So at this part, you're introducing the gospel to somebody. And you're saying, hey, my man, there's a lot, or sister, there's a lot that you don't understand. There's a lot to unpack. You know?
Right.
But I'm good.
Larry said, I will focus on charity and do things that actually help people. Jesus doesn't work, especially working with the impoverished in Africa.
If that's
what
what
I
you
would
think,
say is we have to get to a place to where we don't just view him as like a genie. And because all the comments I've seen, you've tied him to currency alone. I don't know, or maybe I'm missing it, but he absolutely is the truth, the only truth that we have in this life, you know. And I pray that he changes your mindset. I really do.
Well, Larry,
you, Larry. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
I would love to have a conversation with you, Larry. You know, give me a call. I would love to have a conversation with you in depth and just, you know, go through it. So at this point, Neo takes, can you share my screen?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, he's inquisitive. Okay. He takes the red pill and now he opens it up. But I want you to hear the conversation that him and Morpheus has. Now, you know, you have to be able to filter this nonsense out and bring Christ, right? You have something called phantom feeling. That's what science tells you, phantom feeling. What does that mean? Your arm gets cut off, but you still can feel it, right? There's certain plants, when they cut them in half and they filter them under a certain a certain spectrum of light, you can still see the portion of the plant that they cut. You can still see it. So,
Larry, I agree with you that we absolutely need money, but it's not, you know, something that we should idolize and put above Christ.
perspective. That's what he's giving you. How you interpret something is how your body is going to react to it. That's what we're trying to tell you with how, you know, the brain creates cortisol because of how you felt, because of what you went through. You stayed in this fight or flight mode, and it's going to break down your body. But he's doing it through a movie. He's breaking it down through a movie.
This is the world that you know.
This is what Satan has created for. Here's where the spiritual part comes in, which people just can't hold on to. They think that this world is going to last forever the way it is. They don't see what's right in front of them. This is why Peter said, Lord, why do you talk to us straight, but you talk to everybody else in parables? He said, listen, man, my sheep hear their name.
This is the world as it exists today.
Now, what we do with the word is we show them how demonic this world is. We show them that what runs this world is spiritual forces, evil and wicked spiritual forces in high places.
Mm-hmm.
So he's showing Neo what the truth is. The same way when you give this gospel, and all of us.
I understand that, but if it goes too far, I do agree that you know, he may have to be timed out, because it's one thing to have an opinion, it's another thing to say, stop telling people about Christ. You get what I'm saying?
Is that what he said?
In the let me see, let me go back to the because I'm listening, but I'm also
Paying attention to your
trying
thing.
to,
What did he say?
yeah.
Oh, okay, I see him. Hold on one
Um,
second.
he
Don't
said,
hold on. No, hold on. You ain't even got to do that.
but I want to make sure that I don't want to. Yeah, he said, stop being a missionary and telling people about God.
Oh,
He said that like 2 or 3 times.
I don't understand why he hasn't been timed out.
Oh well,
But
people say I do too much or
oh,
I
yeah.
get too
Oh,
sensitive.
okay.
So
All right. Well, then let him
I
rock
was
out.
trying to.
All right. So what he's telling them is you can watch it, right? But it gets to a
Mhm.
point where he starts to flip out. Let me see if I can get to that point where he starts to flip out.
Eight, it seems. And over 20. All the enemy. Born. Longest time. Watch them lick and stand truth. Control. The Matrix.
So at this point, he takes him back out of what was really the real. This is a dream. This ain't real.
What do you mean?
This whole thing that we're living, that Satan creates for
Hmm.
you to make you think it's real, like what my man Larry is talking about. I mean, if we had to link it to the movie, he's an agent. He's an agent.
Right.
He figures that if he gives food to those people in Africa, that's all it is. I did my part. Nah, dogs. It goes further than that because you did that with you did that for a reason, and whether you
Hmm.
want to believe it or not, selfishness is attached to it. See, when Christ comes, he tells you to give freely and don't expect nothing back. You
Right.
expect something back. And I'm not going to go back and forth with you on it. That's man's nature. And you're a man, I would assume, with the name Larry. So,
Built to keep us under control.
again, Bill, you can take it down. And that's
Mhm.
what we do. That's what we do. We have some people that we got to fight with to give them this word. And when they finally get the word and their eyes are open, they're in the cause. And then there are some people that are so attached to what this world is. We see it with Larry, you know. Um, we don't go to your places. This
We're
is what
not saying it's Christian, Larry.
I don't even.
That's what you got from that.
Yeah, we watching the movie The Matrix. He's attaching it to Christianity.
Primarily, what it's talking about is the false knowledge. Is the false knowledge, and how it sets up a system to cause people to blindly worship it, playing off their fear. It
So
is not a Christian movie telling people, okay, I don't.
and that's the problem. See, see,
I don't think
I
that
don't.
was the point of him showing that.
Right, but pay him no mind. His job is to distract us from what our mission is. Don't allow him. You addressed him. You spoke to him. Hell, I'll make it better for him. Let me see if I can put my number in the thing. If he wants to have a conversation deeply, if he's that sincere in what he's saying, that sincere. I'm sincere
And
too.
and 84 had a question for you, Larry.
I know 84 ain't playing. It's crazy. No one goes to Larry's channel and tell him, hey, you're such and such. But we expect it. You know, it's a good thing because, you know, it may open you up to something that you probably didn't know, you know, or open you up to
Right.
something. Don't time them out. Don't time them out, Vaughn. Don't time them out. You know, because you know what it is? Because then that gives them more ammunition and gives them, you know, with Christ, when they spit on Christ, Christ didn't fight back, right? We're talking about the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, the creator of the universe. Christ could have turned that person inside out.
Mm.
Inside out. Don't give them, I know it is. I know it is. You know what I'm saying? Just don't give them no reason. Now, again, if they're going to try and do you bodily harm,
He
handle
said
your,
too late.
yeah, if they're going to do you bodily harm, handle your business. You know, I don't think I'm that spiritual enough for someone to spit in my face and me not choke them. I don't think I'm that spiritual yet, you know, but, you
Yeah,
know,
I'm not either.
You know,
Lord knows I'm not.
yeah, so they're gonna do what they do, and it's okay. They do what they do, but you know, if you want to have the conversation, you can give me a call, and we can have the conversation. We don't need to do it and propagate ourselves online or whatever. We can do it in private if you're that
How
intrigued,
do I
or
untime somebody out?
so you can give me a call. So what was 84? 84. So you had a question for him. Did you
Yes.
did you ask the question,
Is there
84?
a way to untime somebody out? I
No,
don't know how to do that.
not me neither. I don't think you. But he only timed him out for 180 seconds.
Now, 84. I actually did good tonight. How am I ready to fight at all times? Really? Yeah, we got to be able to have these conversations. I mean, hey, I don't know what else to say. I responded to a few of the comments that he left. I didn't time him out this time, 84.
See,
But shout out to Vaughn. I get it.
but the thing of the matter is, and I understand why Vaughn timed him out. You're
Yeah.
disturbing, you're disturbing the groove. If you're asking questions, we have no problem in hell. We invite you to ask questions. We want the questions,
Yeah.
right? When you start to get, when you start to become a, what's the word I'm looking for? Distraction. Then we have an
Hmm.
issue. Now we have an issue with it. You
Because
dig?
it's one thing to say, well, I don't believe because of this, or I'm having a hard time with this. He entered the chat with stop telling people about God. So that hits
Right.
different, you know?
Well, again, if he wants to have the conversation, I'm ready to have it with him. I put my number in the chat. Give me a call, and we can
Hmm.
have the conversation at length. And you can say whatever you want, and allow me to respond, and we can talk like men, with respect and character and all that stuff. Now, you don't say sorry.
Yeah, you're
Don't
good.
say sorry, brother. You did what the spirit
I
told you to do.
mean, if he comes back, what for more confusion?
No, if he
I
comes back, if he that was a preemptive strike. You got 3 minutes,
okay.
I believe 3 minutes
No,
of
30.
okay, 30 minutes. Well, that gave you a long time to sit in the corner, right? Maybe
Mm-hmm.
your approach should be different, right? We're not opposed to questions being asked,
Right,
but when you come in, guns are blazing, and you just start throwing grenades, we're gonna respond to you the same way you came in.
right,
You get what I'm saying? And your response escalated. You started a certain way, and then you started to escalate. So when you were talking about a good person doing what they're doing or whatever, we was like, yeah, okay, okay. But then you started attacking our Lord and Savior. That is one thing that we're not going to do. So Vaughn, you did the
yeah,
right thing.
I
You did the
agree.
absolute right thing. The one thing
Hmm.
that we're not going to tolerate. Again, you can attack me, call me what you will, but when you start to attack my Lord and Savior in my face,
And I
no.
did say that I pray that the Lord changes. I will pray that the Lord changes his mind. But again, when you come in with a spirit of offense so great that you say multiple times, stop telling people about God. That's different.
If that ain't a demon, I don't
So
know what is. If
and
that ain't
and
a
then
demonic force, demonic
yeah,
spirit.
we're supposed to be patient and understanding, but God also gives us discernment. He's trying to push us to not speak about Christ, and that's a spirit of division. So,
And we meet you where you are. You're
yeah.
telling me not to talk about Jesus. You just amp me up.
Why? Yeah. And I always say, like, it's okay for us to stand bold and be assertive. There's nothing wrong with that. There was no disrespect on our end. So I think that it was handled perfectly, in my opinion. Vaughn even asked him several questions before.
And
He
Vaughn said,
asked him, like,
he
have you
want
accepted the Lord? So it wasn't like, oh, beat him down. It's never that. They actually come in here wanting to beat us down for speaking about Christ. So,
80,
yeah,
84 said he had some good points. Clock is right twice a day, 84.
I didn't hear any good points
I
because
didn't see it. No, I'm
everything
just
was
responding.
tied to No, I'm saying I'm responding to him too. Everything was tied to materialism.
Right.
Christ doesn't work because of the people that are living in poverty. The
Okay.
only thing like it's about money. We know that we need money. Why do people think that people of the faith don't know that that's a necessity? We're aware.
I don't know. Kojak says that's an evil demonic spirit. We're going to talk about God and Jesus over here.
Hmm.
Absolutely,
And that's
100%.
the beauty of freedom of choice. If you don't align with it or if you don't agree or like it, you can absolutely, like, there are plenty of other channels talking about other things that you
Ooh,
may want to hear.
Black Lexicon. Oh my God. Demons can't
Hey,
accept the
Black
Lord
Lexicon.
Jesus. Demons can't accept the Lord Jesus. They already have a different master to serve.
That's real.
Now you might say, why do we say that? We go by the actions. I'm
Hmm.
not calling a dude a demon. I'm saying that was demonic work.
Energy.
It was
Yeah.
demonic work that
That
was.
was a demonic spirit. We're
Yeah.
we're spirits anyway, so yeah. Um, Vaughn said we have to stop letting the devil play in our faces. I'm learning
100%.
that. That's so
I
true.
agree. I agree with you, sir. They
That's
wish
true.
they They said they wish they could accept Jesus, but it's too late for them already. It's never too late, Black Lexicon. It's never too late, man. As long as you got breath in your body, you can accept
Mhm.
Christ. That's what the enemy wants us to think, that it's too late, that we're too far broken and too far gone. I know people that were witches. I know people that were warlocks
Man, right? Me
now,
too.
that are now uh, 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 believers, and they're strong in it. So yeah, man, it's never
I've
too late.
I've heard. So have you heard like the ex witches speak? They'll be like, I tried to do something. I tried to spell cast, but they were covered under the blood of Christ, and I couldn't touch them.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Blacks looking at us. I'm speaking of demons. Absolutely, brother. We know. Oh, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, they've.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But see, that's why the movie Matrix is such a good movie, because the people that didn't have the people that didn't make a decision yet, right? The people that were just the fillers, the agents, which represented the demons, can jump into them easy. Opposed to
Mhm.
those that were believers, they couldn't.
Right.
So that's what happens. These people that don't believe, these spirits are easily able to use them because they don't have something in the house. Remember that scripture where it says there's a man that has a demon in the house and he gets rid of him and he doesn't put anything in the house. And when that
It
demon
comes
comes
back
back,
seven
seven
times.
times was seven of his friends stronger. Why?
Mhm.
Because that guy didn't fill that empty house with the love of Christ. So when that demon came back and saw it was still empty, he's like, man, I'm coming back home.
Worse.
And I'm not
Mhm.
coming by myself. I'm coming with my seven older brothers.
Ooh, we.
So you can't keep an empty crib. You can't. You have to fill it up with something, my G, or it will be filled for you. It just
Man.
simply is that there is no listen in this war that we're in. There are no people. There is no Switzerland. Nah, we're not going to get involved. No, there is none of that here. Everyone is
Pick a
involved.
side.
Pick a side. Absolutely. Pick a side.
Yeah, that is so true. But I do have to watch. So it's different ones pertaining
They
to the Matrix.
Matrix has three. I think
Oh,
for me the first one was the best one.
the first one is always the best,
You
normally.
With They Live, it was only one movie with They Live, but the first one, and then there's another one too, Lord of the Rings. Those are a spiritual flick too. It's a spiritual flick where man's pride gets man into a situation where the earth is being dominated by evil demonic forces. There's a few of them out there that's good now. With Lord of the Rings, all three of them, the first three was all awesome.
I've
But
never watched Lord of the Rings.
well, the bad thing with the first three, well, all of them, but the first three, they're all 3 hours each movie.
So we're talking about the spirit of confusion in our culture, right? Do you believe that man's pride is the root of our confusion?
The root of man's confusion is the denial and the acceptance of being obedient to Christ. That's the root.
Say
Now,
that again.
the root to man's fall is the disobedience and to the understanding of who Christ is and the submission to who our Lord and Savior is. Now, are there
Mhm.
things that the enemy uses within those things? Fear, pride, ego, malice, strife, jealousy, envy, all of these things are weapons that he uses in it. But
Right.
the answer to those things is Christ. Christ,
Mhm.
you don't have to have a metric table to understand it. Christ kills all that. One fails or false swoop, he kills it all. Period.
Right. Black Lexicon said their most common goal is to keep man or woman from accepting Jesus by any means you allow them to.
100%. 100%. And we like Vaughn said, we give small latitude. We give little latitude. There are people that come and in their ignorance they don't understand, so they ask questions that can be perceived as destructive. And then there are people that just come in and they just, you see it. You know, when you're dealing with demons, they're not or demonic forces. They're not patient.
Right. Oh,
They
that's true.
don't sit there and marinate. They're gonna come in there and kick the doors open and try to cause, dysfunction. So what is your job? You meet them with the energy they push out, right? So when they say
Hmm.
something, you be like, "Nah, you don't understand, my G. Just chill." They say something again, "Yo, my man, you need to really chill, dog." They say something again,
Hey, E.
get them out. Eat a man, what's
Yeah,
going on?
because I think we were we patient? I would
I
say
believe it.
so.
Yeah. I mean, Vaughn said that he warned him to chill, and
He did.
he doubled down. So if you're double downing, well, that ain't even sound right. If you're going to continue and strengthen your disrespect, like me, I can take it if you disrespect me. What I can't take is when you disrespect Christ. I can't take it.
Right. Right.
Maybe that's my flaw. I'm willing to accept it.
I
Okay,
said,
the
Hey,
troublemakers here.
E.
hey, Bo.
Let
I
me
said,
take a deep breath. No, I'm playing.
No, I'm about to just say that. You took it. I said, when Mo see me, it's like this good feeling and bad feeling at the same time. It's just feeling confused inside since that's some conversation.
It's so funny.
What's going on, E?
Not much, man.
How's the
Had to
family?
take a relax and come listen to y'all. Cause I'm about to yell at some people. So I said, let me come over here. I know Bolo going
You have to calm me.
mellow it out. He gonna mellow me out before I go to sleep now.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Don't bring. We were talking about blood pressure and we're talking about cortisol and all that. Yeah, relax, baby.
Mhm.
Relax.
Yeah. But I think I was built for my blood to pump a little bit faster than others throughout my body.
Yeah, because you
you
had my blood pressure
just
up the other night.
you just looking for trouble,
I,
boy. You
no,
coming in
look,
looking.
you know what, Mo? Do you ever go back and listen to your old lives?
I do. Sometimes.
And I go back and listen to them. I say, let me go listen to what Mo heard versus what I heard, because maybe I give, maybe I was wrong. That's what I go do. When I go
Hmm.
look back, I realize that you miss what I say a lot. In my
Do
opinion. No,
I? Oh
in my
wow.
opinion,
I'll
listen,
go back
because
and
at
listen.
first, look, Bolo, I first said I might was wrong. I said maybe I'm wrong, and because you gotta understand, it's something about my voice too. It's like, listen,
No, it's
it's something about
not.
my voice that most say he must got an angle. He coming
You know
from
what
some
I'm
angle.
realizing? You know what I'm realizing that you say. This is what
Yeah.
I'm realizing. That you'll say something and then you'll try and soften it up by saying, "That's just my opinion."
Oh yeah, I say
Yes,
that.
he does.
I say it all the time. Listen, because
Oh,
it's
is.
because people, I speak with this level of confidence
Mhm.
that people haven't heard before, right? And when I
Mhm.
do this, And I'm speaking with this confidence. The reason I tell people it's just my opinion, you can have your opinion, because they feel like I'm being arrogant.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
And so I tell people, I think we have completely or we want people that are confident to be this fake humbleness, and
Mm.
it's not true. Listen, the first thing that take me out of being arrogant, if I when I say God is empowering me to do this, because it's not me
Mm-hmm.
that's doing it. I'm just the vessel that be doing it. Now,
Yeah.
should I work on my delivery? Absolutely. I think that's chapter 36. I'm in chapter 35. I ain't made it to that chapter yet. I ain't made it to that chapter yet.
Close, but you're close.
So, you said that I misunderstand the things that you say.
I think so.
I No offense. Sometimes you're just maybe off a little bit with the things that you say.
I don't
Maybe.
know. No, so look, this is what I learned is God have gave us different missions upon the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes when I speak from the perspective that the mission God gave me, some people it doesn't align with the mission that God gave them. So they say,
That makes sense.
hey, you off because I talk to God and God don't talk to me like that. But he got a different fight for me. He built me a certain way for the fight that I have to. So for example, my fight is different. And like, so first of all, people say, oh, ease you very combative, right? God,
Hmm.
call, God called me to be an armor bearer.
Okay.
People don't understand that. So listen, an armor bearer is supposed to be about the smoke. I don't care what nobody say. Like, if you really study, I don't care if you go through, if you watch David armor bearers, if you go through the Bible,
Hmm.
every armor bearer was ready for the smoke in the Old Testament. And
Hmm.
so sometimes people they listen to my confidence, they listen to how I might be confrontational, and they be like, "Man, is that God?" It might not have been for other disciples to be confrontational, but I think that especially when it come down to the man of God, you think y'all think
Yeah.
I'm confrontational here in real life? We had an issue. I'm telling you, it's going down. I'm just letting you know, it's just in me. And I
Hmm.
think I think God designed me that way. And then when I also speak, I learned that if I don't give context, it is easy for it to be taken out of context.
Absolutely. Yes.
So like that
Mhm.
last live, I went back and listened. You said answer yes or no, and I say yes or no. Then
I said that.
you was like yes or no. You want a yes or no.
Oh, I had got
Listen, you
frustrated.
got to
I'm
go watch it. Go
sorry.
watch that live. You said you wanted yes or
So
no
sorry.
answers. You didn't want me to expand. Let me tell you, you got so riled up that Bolo got riled up. Bolo was like, "Nah, we cut him off. Nobody finishing their sentences tonight." And so, but it wasn't a negative thing.
Yeah.
It's not a negative thing. Sometimes people think that believers supposed to have this kumbaya moment all the
No.
time. That's not what it's supposed to do. What we supposed to do is be respectful in confrontation.
Was I disrespectful?
No, no, Mo, I got a cousin
No,
like you, Mo.
I'm asking because I'll apologize if
No,
I
no,
was.
you wasn't disrespectful. I just can tell if you go back and watch it, it was to a point where you had cut your ears off to me. You was not well, it didn't matter what I said. It was like at that point, and sometimes what I normally do, I don't know why I like messing with Mo, but normally when somebody cut their ears off to me, I stop talking. But I was like, tonight we going there. Mo wanna go there, Bolo wanna go there. We going there
No,
tonight.
it didn't make sense respectfully, you know.
But
Hey, liberated.
the Bible is not designed to make sense. It's meant to make faith. It don't make
Hmm.
sense. It doesn't make sense that they walked around the Jericho wall. That don't make sense. So it's supposed to make faith when you
Yeah,
really
I
read the
agree.
Bible.
I agree that it makes faith, and through faith, it begins to make sense.
Not necessarily, because I'm telling you, I believe when they were walking around that wall, they were like, "What the? Why?" But they had meditated it. So since they meditated and they had the Spirit of God, I just think that it's a lot of things that God done told me to do. The reason I think God tell me to do a lot of things that don't make sense because He's trying to get me out of my. He's trying to get
Comfort.
me not really my comfort. He's trying to get me out of my will because
Mm,
especially since I'm a logical thinker. So like, and because I was telling this guy this, I said, believe it or not, God will take you the illogical way because you can do it through logic.
yeah.
So it's a lot of things he tell me. He be like, go do this, and it doesn't make sense. But I still have faith and it still get accomplished. And I look back, I'm telling you, I look back on that roof. It doesn't make sense that I
Mhm.
never did a roof. I watched a 5-minute YouTube video and we could completed it to success. It doesn't make sense that the guys who we brought up there, they said they wasn't even roofers. Like a lot of,
Mm,
and so throughout my life, I do all these things that doesn't make sense to the natural. It makes sense to God, but it doesn't make sense to the natural man. And what God is asking me to do, I can't speak for nobody else. He said, I want you to step out on faith because I got you. I told you to do it. It's gonna
yeah.
all come together. And so then that's what happened. It all came together. And so and throughout my journey, I always do things that it makes faith and it makes sense. And even when I talk, people say that sounds crazy. I'm all you know what I noticed, Mo Love?
What's up?
When everything hit the fan, they always call the crazy person. Everybody think you crazy until they need prayer. Listen, everybody think you crazy until prayer. Hey man, y'all better call that crazy Bolo. Call him crazy Bolo, man. I'm telling you, Bolo, he might be crazy to the people in the world, but when they need God, they call that crazy person. But I like coming up there. I really do.
Yeah, thank you, E. So you said that it doesn't make sense sometimes with God. Was that the statement?
Absolutely. I said it doesn't make sense to the mind, right? Like he'll tell you to do something that doesn't make sense to you.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. It doesn't make sense to us. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, he it makes sense to him because he know the end.
Exactly. My thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. Yeah.
And I think so many people they get so caught up in the in between. So God say, "Hey man, I'm gonna pay off your house." And people like,
Mhm.
well, let me see the in between. How the money gonna come? This, that, and the third. And God has sent something to that creditor, and that creditor forgive your loan. He was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would he just take a cut like that? That's my point that I'm making is when you walking with God, it doesn't make sense most of the time for
Yeah.
me.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to get out of my reason. I try to get out of the mindset that I have to figure it out in my mind because sometimes those degrees that people get can actually be a hindrance to them actually living in faith.
Yeah, and that's the beauty and also sometimes the difficulty of our walk. But there is God says that there's purpose in everything that he does, right? So
Absolutely.
that will open the door to us. Like when things don't make sense, that'll open the door for us to seek wisdom and to study his word and to ask more questions and grow in understanding. So there's purpose, behind things not making sense in a moment.
And we gotta be we gotta be willing to look crazy in the food. See, I think some people
Right.
they get so caught up on their image. So this past week, um, we hired this girl and she came in and she was telling the team about what God leading her something. And it was this guy that's really negative on our team. He was
Mhm.
telling her this, that, and third. And God told me something, and I ain't gonna lie. Everybody was looking at me. I don't know if you ever been in this situation. Everybody was looking at me. He said, "This is what I want you to tell this young lady." Glory to God. He said, "I want you to tell her to come to Bible study to see your pastor, and the pastor tonight got a word just for her."
Mhm.
I was like, "Okay, God, I'm gonna tell her." And this in front of people. I said, "Hey, I want you." And people laughing at me. They thinking it's funny. They were laughing at me. I was borderline getting mocked in this business in this meeting.
Mm,
And I was like, hey, you need to stand on your faith. You need to come. I know you ain't never met this church. They ain't never met you. I need you to come meet this pastor. This pastor got a word for you. I had somebody, well, I ain't gonna say that. Well, it's a person who don't come to church on Tuesdays.
mm-hmm.
I believe they came to church just to see if my words was gonna fall to the ground.
Yeah.
And so the young lady came. She came to church, and when she came to church, I let it go because I feel like God told me to do it. God got to deliver, and I'm okay if God didn't do it. I feel like I was being obedient. I might need to train my spirit a little bit better if I misheard him because it was on me if I misheard him.
Mm-hmm.
He came to church. She was there, and she came to me. She said, "Exactly what you said is exactly why I was supposed to be here." So I looked
Mm-hmm.
at crazy. I think some people they are ashamed on how they gonna look in front of man. And
That's
I think
it.
go ahead.
No, I agree. Some people are, ashamed to, I guess, do things out of the norm, to be obedient and to be a bold voice for the Lord. I agree with that.
So more love. Back to me and you. I might
Hmm.
say some things that you said crazy. And I ain't saying that I'm right 100% of the time, right? But I say some
Hmm.
things because I believe God speaks to me and he
Hmm.
tells me things to say. Now, do I got it 100% figured out? I'm fine tuning this relationship I got with God. Some people might not got it figured out, but
I don't think anybody does.
I'm gonna say it. And the
Hmm.
reason I'm gonna say it because I need to know. I need to know that I'm obeying my spirit, even if it sounds crazy to other people. So I hope that give you a little bit more about what I'm gonna say, what I feel
It
I'm led to say.
does. It does. Sometimes when believe that something you say is off, I align it with the word. So what you said a few days ago wasn't really aligning with
From
biblical ideology,
from your
in my
opinion,
opinion. Yeah, in my
from your
opinion, you're
opinion. Yeah, I got you.
right. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
and
I
then
think
I do be putting a little extra on it. Let me
yes, you
give you
do.
a little
Yes.
caveat, right? Because I was meditating that conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and what came to me. So faith can take, right? It can take something, right? And I was like, hey, God, can you show me how somebody used their faith to take something? And God took me to I think it's right in Mark, and it's the issue. It's the lady who had the issue of blood for like 11 or 12 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she starts saying, "If I can just touch his hem, if I could just touch Jesus' hem, if I could just touch it, I will be healed." She didn't ask. She
Mm-hmm.
made her way through that crowd, and as soon as she touched Jesus' hem, and like I said, God be teaching me. So listen, this lesson might not be for everybody. Let me say that. And as soon as she touched his hem, what happened was Jesus turned around. He said, "Who touched me?" Somebody done took the power of healing from me.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned to her and he said, "Young lady, your faith have made you whole." And then he took me into the Bible to I think his name is Tobias, the blind man.
Mm-hmm.
And Tobias, I think his name, I might be saying his name wrong, but Tobias, he was a beggar blind man, and he had got word that Jesus was in the city. And I'm paraphrasing, right? I'm not reading it scripture
Mm-hmm.
script. And he got there and he said, he got to talk about, he said, Jesus. Everybody say, well, stop yelling, you fool. That's my words, that's my translation. But they was calling him out his name. And he was just
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, Jesus. He wanted his healing so bad that he wasn't willing to do it. And so I just believe faith can take something, take your healing. It can take you to a different place. And my journey with faith, and I came from humble beginnings. And
Mm-hmm.
I just believe that me standing on my faith, God honors that. And that was the
Right.
and
So
that was the point that I was trying to make. Now, it might have been taken out of context, last week because we had a lot of emotions. But I was saying my
Mhm.
faith can take anything that I want, and God is going to honor that based on my
Mhm.
walk.
Okay, so I would like to respond to that, and that's the woman with the issue of blood is a great example. 84. So what inspired the live stream was just a lot of the toxicity I see and how people don't have any boundaries or values anymore. And when it talks about people saying evil is good, good is evil, it speaks to something deeper than sin, because sometimes when people know they're living in sin, they'll try to get out of that thing and they'll take accountability for it. But this scripture is talking about how people's moral compass has completely been flipped and they'll try to justify the sin and make it right. So I see that a lot. So that was my inspiration behind the topic. So pertaining to what you said, E, that's true. Faith without works is dead. And in that situation, um, that Jesus did say her faith made her whole. But my point, because you said that your faith, the question last week was, do you believe that because you have strong faith, it can override? I said, so basically you're saying it can override God's will, and I didn't agree with that, because even though her faith made her whole, that doesn't mean that her faith forced God to do something that he didn't want to do. Her faith aligned with God's will to heal. So basically, faith activates what God is already willing to do. Faith doesn't create God's will, he already has a will. Faith connects us to it.
But
Does that
that
make sense?
if you go back and look at that live, that was my point. I said if it's not aligned with God will, you're not in faith. That, like, if you really go back and listen, I'm telling you, if you go back and listen to it, I said, hey Mo, what I'm telling you is you're not in faith if it doesn't align with God will. And you was like, well, you send it over. Faith is connected to God will. You're out of
Of
faith.
course. And we agreed on that part. Like, this walk is in vain without faith. Um but I was speaking towards the point of, but because you said that a lot of people are suffering, or a lot of people, now I remember the point, a lot of people are suffering lack because they don't have faith. And I said sometimes it's not that they don't have faith, that just may not be God's will for their life. So
And
some people believe faith means you can declare anything and God has to do it, but the Bible never teaches that. Faith is
okay,
not
yeah,
a
that's so.
spiritual control over God. You
I
can have
so
all the faith in the world, and if God says no, this is not what I have for you, my love. This is not what I have for you, Vaughn, Liberated, 84, Bolo. Then we're not gonna get it, no matter
no,
how
no.
great our faith is.
And I'm glad you made that point. And I said, anytime you can find someone that's lacking or have lack, it's directly connected to their faith and their faith. Now, faith and
That's
belief is
not
two different.
true.
Okay,
Do
okay,
you realize what you just said? Anytime
yes,
somebody suffers lack, it's tied to their faith.
yes.
God may have you in a season of lack to grow you.
And then that, I think that, because even when Bolo start bringing up people in the Old Testament after Jesus took poverty, he took that lack on the cross. And I'm not saying that you won't have a season that you have to stand on your faith longer, but I have
Mhm.
seen homeless people coming out. I done seen all types of people with nothing come into our church, and we said, hey man, let's develop your faith, and God
Mhm.
honors that. And so
Right.
a lot of people think God want them to be broke, or God's trying to teach them a lesson, or God want them to be poor. No, God wants you to act on your faith to be able to change any situation that you're currently in.
Mhm.
That
I
was my
agree.
point. So that's what I'm saying. So a person's in lack, I'm just telling them, hey, develop your faith. Develop your faith, because God don't want you to stay in this state. He's not trying to keep you in this lack or in poverty. What he wants you to do is develop your faith, trust on him, and build from faith to faith to faith. And you should, like, believers supposed to build themselves out of these things. They don't supposed to stay there because God's teaching them a lesson.
Mm, I don't know, because even when you consider Paul, somebody who had extraordinary faith. He performed miracles. He preached the gospel across nations. He endured so much persecution for Christ, right? But Paul himself even said in Philippians, I think 3 or 4, Philippians 4, I know what it is to be in need and I know what it is to have plenty. So Paul experienced both abundance and lack, yet his faith was unquestionable. So for you to say that a lack is always tied to a person not having enough faith, it's not true.
Yeah, so what Paul was talking about throughout his whole life. So we know Paul had a business, right?
Hmm.
He was a fisher, right? So when Paul first met Jesus, Paul was out there fishing throughout the whole night, and Paul sowed. It's actually a sowing message in there, but I know people get offended. Well, they don't. I don't want to say that, but what Jesus said, "Hey, can I teach from your boat?"
Hmm.
And Paul sold his boat for Jesus to teach the word. After Jesus got finished teaching the word, he said, "Hey, launch out into the deep for and get it." So this is he launched out to the deep. He started doing it. He had a net breaking fishes. He was fishing all night. He couldn't get none. He had to actually call on to his business partners, the other boats, and say,
Hmm.
"Hey, man, we got so many fish. I need you guys to come help me." So,
Hmm.
and then that's when Jesus said, "You're gonna be a fisher of men, be a fisher of men," and that's kind of when he kind of called him into being the discipleship, right? So, Paul had a business throughout that walk.
Hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. His business prospered throughout his walk because he had faith.
And I think that could be another misunderstanding, right? Because faith is not a guarantee of comfort. One of the misunderstandings about faith is that people think faith guarantees that, but faith does not remove every hardship. That person's hardship may be financial lack. You
No, no,
know,
no, no,
the,
no.
the
So
meaning of faith is to give a person strength to endure and trust God through whatever that hardship is. Again, my only point is a person who's suffering lack is not all a lack of faith is not always the reason
no, no.
behind.
So sometimes we confuse two different things. So you got faith and belief. Belief and faith are two different things. Now, it's part of the same coin, but it's not the same. So some people say, I believe. I believe. So since I believe, I am entitled to. Now, faith is different because faith is past belief. That's why it says faith without works is dead. You have to act on your faith. And when you act on your faith, especially when you bring God into the scene, you get results.
Right. And I understand how, again, we have to act on faith. Faith without works is dead. What are we doing if we say we believe and we're just sitting there? Right. My only point again is no matter how great a person's faith is, if that specific thing that they desire is not in God's will, they won't have it. And sometimes when we see people who are going through things, who may be financially unstable, it may not be because they lack faith. And 84 says some people's testimony will be their poverty. Remember, our reward isn't here on earth. That doesn't mean God can't bless us with monetary gain or resources. I agree with that 100%. And sometimes a person may not have a life of financial wealth, right? But God is still going to cover them. Why? Because they may not be able to handle that. What if God is protecting them because they know he sees the greater picture? Okay, if I bless this person with an overabundance of finances, they may forget about me. And that goes along with gaining the whole world but losing your soul. What does it really profit a man?
Okay.
So and again, as believers, we're not supposed to be out here busted and disgusted with nothing. I agree
Okay.
with you 100%, but it just sounds like
Let's
um
let's remove the millionaire out the conversation. Let's remove them. So if a person don't have a place to stay, do you believe that God will, if they stand on their faith, they'll find a place to stay?
Yeah. So are you
Okay.
speaking of Peter, not Paul? I thought he was talking in general, Vaughn. His statement was the people who suffer lack, it's because they had the people who sometimes are suffering lack, it's because they don't have enough faith. And my point was, I just used Paul as an example.
Faith in that
Um,
area. I want to be clear. Faith in that area. I'm not saying that they don't have faith in Jesus. See, you can have
no, I get that, but
okay faith in
even
the
if
area
you
of
have
prosperity.
even if you have faith in the area and you can be asking God for a thing, if that's not in God's will for your life, you won't get it, no matter how great your faith is.
All right, so listen, and then you're not in faith. That's the whole point I'm telling you. If it's not in line with God's will, you're not in faith, right? So I think we kind of agreed on that point. What I'm saying is, if it just think about what I'm saying. If a person is homeless and they say, "Hey, Lord, I'm believing that you're gonna find me a place to stay," and they stand on that, God is not gonna not find them a place to stay to teach them a lesson, right? If a
Mhm.
person is hungry and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna stay. I got faith that God's gonna provide food for me. I believe God is gonna produce." If a person is looking for a job and they say, "Hey, man, I'm praying that you're gonna help me find this job and give me favor to do it." These are the things that I'm talking about. I know sometimes we get so fired up and like the I forgot the car I said last week. That's
Hold
like
on,
the
E.
sin. Okay.
Were you using Peter?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Um,
Peter.
you
Peter.
use so he Vaughn said I use Paul as an example, but I think he started to refer to Peter. Right. But the greater point was sometimes a person's lack of, or sometimes them not receiving that desired thing, it's not because of a lack of faith. It's because, God wanted something different. So
No, so
it just seems
even
like everything is being tied to, if a person lacks something, it's tied to them not having enough faith.
okay, so even God said, He said, "Why are you guys thinking about clothes and food and all of these things? These are the things that the Gentiles did." If and He was going into detail saying, if if the natural father will provide for you, I will provide for you. So
Right.
I'm just telling you, like, I just that idea that God is gonna keep you broke, dusty, and disgusting to prove a lesson to you. I just don't think God is
No,
a child beater.
I just spoke against that. I said that the Lord doesn't want us that way, but sometimes what looks like a lack may actually be protection, because we have to keep in mind everything here is temporal.
Yeah,
But I
I
get
just
what you're saying, because there are some people that believe we're not supposed to enjoy and have nice things. I That's a problem.
so
We're on the same page with that.
so you agree that throughout most people lifeline, $1 million+ is going to come through their hands. Do you agree with that?
Possibly.
I'm saying the majority. If we just say the majority of people, $1 million is typically going to pass through their lifeline for people that work through their
Okay.
hand. What I am saying, what I did is I read the Bible, and I also got a degree when it comes down to finances and accounting, right?
Mhm.
What I realized, a lot of people that's in poverty and lack have nothing to do with God. It's a mismanagement of funds. And so sometimes we say, "Hey, you know what? The reason I'm in this situation is because God's trying to teach me a lesson." And if you look over, if you calculate how much money they had over their lifetime, it's typically had nothing to do with God.
Well, that's the spirit of delusion, and you have to be able to discern the difference. Sometimes it is um, lack of, sometimes it is mishandling those funds that you've been blessed with. I agree.
So that's all I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying. The most is that if you
But I'm
don't
not,
got something in your life, unless, and I think this was the point that I was making. If you ain't got something in your life, develop your faith in that area, and typically God take care of His kids. he will bless you. That was the point that I was making. I know it kind of, I
Mhm.
got to talk about Maseratis and I went totally left, right? And I'm gonna agree to that. But I just think God honor your faith. You say, hey God,
He
I'm
does.
believing you. I'm believing you, and I done seen it. I'm believing you to be debt free. I'm believing you to pay off all these debts. God say, well, nah, I ain't gonna pay that debt off, even though he's believing and following the word, because I need to teach him a lesson. That sounds like it's almost abuse at that point.
Um, I just believe that there's a greater purpose behind you maybe claiming and believing God for something and you don't receive it. I believe that um his will above mine, even if it's something that I may have an issue with in the moment. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. So are you saying that you have been believing God for something and God didn't deliver on what you was believing for? That's within the realms of the Bible?
I will say that yes, I prayed and I believed God for something, and He did not deliver that thing that I was praying for. However, me surrendering and saying, God, your will over mine, I want this. This is the desire of my heart. But He, one thing about God is when you ask Him for something, even if you don't get that thing, it'll make sense later on. What God has always been greater. So even though I didn't get what I wanted in the moment, what He made me wait for was far better than what I even asked Him for. So,
No, so let me ask you this. I have a thing. Where do the devil play in this?
can you be more specific?
Yeah, so because when people say, God's trying to keep me broke, right? Because it says the thief come to steal, kill, and destroy. And I saw when a person stand on faith, the first thing the devil try to do is to come take that faith from them. He tried to
No,
convince
you
them.
you
Okay, go ahead.
you started with somebody saying God is trying to keep me broke. God don't operate that way.
Okay, so you
You get what I'm
agree?
saying?
No, okay,
Trying to keep you broke. I wouldn't. I don't view it that way.
no, so I got it. So what I'm asking is, we know the devil come to steal, kill, and destroy. I
Mhm.
believe
You broke up, E. Are you there? But I do agree with you, 84. E, if you're there, I can't hear you. Some homeless people are more wealthy than those who have financial wealth. Yep, I agree. Hmm. E, I don't know what happened. We can't hear you.
No, he
I
told me.
still think me and E keep um missing each other. I agree 100% that God doesn't want his people living the struggle life. We're supposed to enjoy good things too, but when you say that it's a lack of faith as to why a person may be struggling financially, that's not always the case. Yeah. Did you hear the conversation?
I heard all. Hmm. And no, I'm not sleeping, Lane Navarro. I'm letting them have the conversation. I
Vaughn
came up
said,
with
God is not a, I'm sorry, God is not a genie. You can't just wiggle your nose like Samantha on Bewitched and expect him to move on your behalf. He does what he wants when he wants. He moves in his own timing, not ours. Absolutely. That's basically what I was saying. Thank you, Vaughn. Mm-hmm. I agree. Brandon said he didn't have faith in his microphone. Let me drop the link if you want to come back, E. But yeah, he said maybe we keep missing each other in the conversation. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I see the point that he's trying to make,
Really?
but there's a nuance to everything. There's a
Mm-hmm.
nuance to it, and again, you know, people see what they see. And you know, there's a fundamental difference, when he's saying that, because there's questions that you ask. You look at Lazarus, the beggar that slept at the rich man's house. Obviously, he had a relationship with Christ, because with God, because when he died, the angels took him away. Did he want?
Right.
Did he have lack of faith? Did he want to be broke? No. So there's nuanced. You know what I'm saying? There's questions, I think, that that has to be asked, so that we can kind of narrow in on where he's coming from, and understand. Because I see what he's saying. He's saying that if you have enough faith into, thinking, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, the Holy Spirit will put you in a position to do such and such. But then when we speak in general pertaining to those types of conversations, when you start putting it towards Maseratis and mansions and things of that nature, then that's when the conversation goes askew, because the Lord, again, to what you were saying, if you are a valued servant, he's not going to put nothing in the way of you that will deter you from following him. And us being children, how many times do I want this candy, I want all of this candy, and then when you get the candy, your stomach starts to hurt. So there's ramifications for the choices that we make. So with that being said, when we're talking about the kingdom of God, we don't want the ramifications to be hell. So the Lord will, for some people, keep it from them because they may not be able to handle it. For some people, they might. But here's the thing. He's going to make you the man or woman that he needs you to be before he puts you in that position. It's the same thing with Joseph. Joseph was second in command, right? Now imagine if Joseph didn't go through the things that he went through, what type of man would he have been? And that's the point, right? He wouldn't have learned to forgive. He wouldn't have learned to be humble. He wouldn't have learned humility. He wouldn't have learned integrity and character and all these different things, empathy and sympathy. He wouldn't have learned that at all.
Right.
He would have been a man second in command. Maybe he would have been arrogant, proud. But the Lord is going to make sure, because he had something else cooking up on the other side, right? Israel and his children needed a place to be. So Edoman is back.
So Bolo, let me ask you a question.
I might have an answer for you.
You talking about poor man Lazarus?
Yes, sir.
Poor man Lazarus happened before Jesus, correct?
I believe.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about poverty, that Jesus in the Bible tells us that Jesus took poverty from us, right? The people that came before them did not have that exchange yet. After Jesus came, and I want to make it clear, when I'm saying faith, I'm not saying faith in Jesus, because you can have hold on, because I want to be clear. You can have faith in one area and not faith in another. Do y'all agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So when people say, "Hey, this guy went to heaven because he believed in Jesus," I'm saying that he did have faith in Jesus. He didn't have faith in prosperity.
Well, here's where I think we go left in the conversation, because prosperity looks different to different people. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
Absolutely. I'm not saying that if a person don't want prosperity,
no. I'm not
they
saying.
can get it.
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that if we speak in general, and we speak in platitudes, I think it's a little bit easier for it to be palatable for us to digest. When you connect it to something like, a G4, and
Yeah.
I know that you're not doing that. I'm just saying in general. When you connect it to a G4, when you connect it to a Maserati, that was the car you were talking about last week. A Maserati, when you connect it to these things, then that's when the wheels start to shake a lot.
But
You know what I'm saying? I
that's why I
understand
think
your premise. I understand the premise
But
in
that's
what
why I think I wasn't being heard because I said I got Maserati faith. Another person might
no.
have faith
Again,
for a Honda. Listen, so I'm not saying that we are believing for the same thing. Everybody is entitled to a Maserati. I'm saying whatever you standing on in your faith, it's going to align with the will of God. God's going to manifest that. I just have
I
seen
think the
so
key
many
to that.
people broke because they think God want them to be broke.
No,
But
And I have
everybody's not meant to have. There will be some people who struggle
I think what you
financially.
said. I think what you said just now should end the conversation. E. And what you said is whatever you have faith in and it aligns with God, you'll have.
Well,
That
it's
should
not
end.
faith if it doesn't
That,
align. That's what. But I've been saying from the
but that's
beginning.
what I'm saying. But the point that I'm making is that's an even medium to end the conversation on, because now
Yep, you're right.
when we start going and splintering it into different things, it just makes the conversation circular. Now you go back into the labyrinth. But when you say, when your faith aligns with God's appointed what he has appointed for you, then the sky's the limit.
And that was my point too.
And you think
If
God?
God has something for you, it's for you. But if you can pray for something all day, if that's not in God's will for your life, you won't receive it, no matter how big your faith is.
So I just want to make sure we understand. You believe that God want people to live in poverty.
I never said that.
We never said that. See,
Okay,
you
okay.
keep, but that's what
No,
I'm saying. You keep, okay, go ahead.
no, because I'm trying to understand it. Because I'm saying it is not God will for any of his believer, any of his children to live in poverty. That's my statement.
Okay.
And then I keep hearing, and I might be hearing wrong, that people say, well, if it's in his will, then you're going to live in poverty. That's not his will. The
This
Bible
is
tells us that.
this is what I'll say. There's a lot of things that we will say that's not his will, right? But we have to understand that there's a reason why the Lord does what he does. You know, there are some things we can answer, and there are some things that we can't, right? So when we talk about, you know, the conversation that I had with Mo, you know, when you dropped, right? Joseph had to go through what he had to go through. In the midst of him going through it, he would probably say, all of us would probably say, now you don't need to go through that, dog, to learn humility. Well, you're about to become second in command of one of the greatest empires at that time. Yeah, you need to go through that rigorous training, dog, to make sure you understand what humility is and forgiveness is. For him, that's the plan, Jeremiah 29:11, that the Lord had for him. For other people, he may not have to go through that rigorous training.
No. Okay, I see the disconnect now.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it's not a fight to get to your destination.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Hold on, I just want to make this clear, because even when we bring up Joseph was he prospered a lot throughout that whole story. In Potiphar's house, he said, you can have everything but my house, right? And people said, well, you know, he went down to prison. I say I agree, but when he after a time, he still continued to rise to the top. So
No doubt.
I'm not saying that faith is not a fight, and I'm not saying that this is going to be this smooth ride that you're going to be riding to the sunset until Jesus come home. But I'm saying every time Joseph stood on his faith, it took him to the top.
I don't disagree with you on that. Now here's where we splinter. What the top is. That's where the splinter comes. And that's why when you made that statement, I said that's a very good place to end it. You know, as far as even, you know, not everyone is satisfied. I think that's a good contract. When you walk away unhappy and the other person walks away unhappy, that means that there's a medium that was met. So when you said, as long as your faith aligns with God's devotion pertaining to what he has provided or has planned for you, it is what it is. Wherever it goes, it goes. If Maybach is in the thing in there, then that's what you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The sky's the limit.
So
So yeah.
I'm not saying I want to clear. I'm not saying your faith is going to get you well, right? Like I
No.
said,
What I'm saying to you is it will put you in position. Listen, if okay, let me bring it down to me as a father. Okay. There are certain things that I know that at a certain young age, my sons were not capable of handling. Okay. Just because of their age and where they were at. Some mature faster than others, some don't. Some mature slow. I know my children. I know their temperament. I know such and such. I know such and such, right? So there are certain things that I will allow one to get away with and one not to get away with, depending on what the situation might be. So I know that if my eldest son come to me and say, hey, Dad, check this, I need this. And I know him. I know that this ain't going to hinder you. Do your thing, dog. Go ahead. My younger son may ask for the same thing. I know that that's a problem for him. This is where he lacks at. Nah, you can't get it.
no.
Not
so
that I want to hold it from you, but right now,
You just know. Yeah.
not that I want to hold it from, just right now in the
Hold
moment
on.
where you are.
I do want to say thank you, Lady Nicole, for the Cash App. I appreciate you so much.
Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, but even with your son and your example, yes, let's get. I understand everybody's not going to be wealthy. What I'm saying is,
not what I'm
you
saying.
ain't gonna let. Hold on, listen. I just want to finish my statement, please.
Okay.
So, what I am telling you is, you would not take the basic things away from your child. As
I agree.
You won't say, "Hey, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. I ain't gonna feed you this week.
Right.
I'm gonna kick you out this house." So when we
Right.
start saying the base, and that's the reason I'm using the word poverty.
Okay.
I'm telling you, when we start talking about poverty,
Right.
I don't think God have nothing to do with a person being in poverty. I think that's 100% the devil. Now, when you start talking about, when you start talking about, because he said, I took the poverty, so he took
Right.
it. Now he gonna give it back to you.
Do you think poverty, when he says I took the poverty, do you think that only means physical?
No, I believe that he took it so we don't have it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Do you think it only means, do you think that when he says I took the poverty?
No.
I
I think it have multiple meanings. No, I don't think poverty just have one meaning.
Okay.
But I do think he was talking physical too.
Okay, I can understand that. But here's the thing. Now we're talking nuance, right? Here's the thing.
Right.
And this is what I'm saying to you. I'll give you another example. Jackie Chan is worth $400 million. So he has one son, I believe. Guess how much he's leaving his son?
$1 million.
He's leaving him nothing.
Okay.
He's giving it all to charity. You know why? From his perspective of where he's at right now, his son is an a-hole. I'm not leaving you a dime. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, okay, when we're talking about, because again, we're broad stroking. And in this conversation, there's so much nuance. I agree with you. The Lord doesn't want anyone to be destitute of anything. He doesn't want anyone to go through that. However, you can't deny that sometimes the route that I may have to take to get to where I need to be is not the route Eda Man is going to take. Eda Man went through the military. Bolo didn't.
But Bolo, we set a foundation at the beginning of the conversation.
I still agree with it.
The foundation was Matthew 6:33. Remember this whole conversation. I said, if you seek in God, you put in God first. It's no way a person that's seeking God is going to be in poverty. And this was the conversation. We're not talking about some a-hole that's completely abandoning God and he's living with Satan. That's not what I'm talking about. And we keep bringing up these examples of
what I'm saying to you is the reason why I'm bringing up that example is because you're talking about the finished product. That's the problem that we're having. I'm telling you the journey for that man or that woman to get to that finished product. So I'm not saying to you that the Lord wants to keep Bolo in poverty. No, not at all. But he knows Bolo's temperament. He knows that You know, he knows that either man is easier pliable than Bolo. He knows that either man ain't that hard-headed. Bolo is. So what the way that I give either man, it's gonna get him to this portion of life where he's good and this, that, and the third. Bolo, he's a little bit more stubborn than this cat. So I'm gonna have to, ring him around and, kick him a few times to get him to where he need to be, so that when I put him in that position, equal or fairly moderately connected to what he has, they have the same thought process as far as humility. Everyone's journey is different.
I agree.
I understand your point, and I agree with your point to a certain extent. What I'm saying is everyone's journey is different. I may need to go through poverty to get to that point where I can learn humility. You know what I learned, E?
What you learn?
I learned this. Homeless dude would ask me for bread every time I go into work. And I get to work early, right? He'd ask me for bread. And I know he would use it for drugs. So I would tell him, listen, I'm going to get you something to eat rather than give you money. We almost got into an argument. I'm like, yo, dude, do you want something to eat or not? Nah, I want the money. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm not doing it. He walked away and asked another homeless dude for $1. You know what the other homeless dude did? Gave him the $1. And in that moment, I had to look at myself and say, hold on. You know how many times the Lord has blessed me and I've bought frivolous nonsense? I'm a sneakerhead. There's so many sneakers and shoes I got, I can't wear them all. But he still blesses me with more. But yet here it is, a homeless dude. You looking at this dude and saying, hey, no, I'm not doing it. Give him the $1. What he does with it is his business. I'll deal with him on it. So
Hi, Jazzy. Good to see you. I'm so sorry.
The point that I'm trying to make in bringing that up, the point that I'm making is we each go through our own trial and tribulation to get there.
And I agree with it. And I think that the devil want that message to be taught.
Which message?
The devil want the message is, hey, God's going to take you through poverty. God's going to teach you a lesson. God is going to take you through poverty. Like I sat in the church and I was
trying to say that at times.
Hold on, listen. I'm just telling you, I sat in the church and I was wondering why everybody in the church was poor. And then I sat down and I listened to what the pastor was preaching. And I was like, and he was preaching kind of the message that we're talking about. Hey, you know what? If you in poverty, God just teaching you a lesson, just trust God. And those people were stuck in poverty. And I stopped going to this church. And one thing that the revelation I got is God want us to step out on faith. He want us to elevate. I'm not saying that you're not going to have ups and downs in your story. I'm not saying that God's not going to take you through something to get to your destiny. But I'm telling you, the devil have something to do with poverty on this earth.
We agree with you.
And we let him throw his hand and we blame God. Throw the rock and hide his hand. But I get it. I understand. This is going to be my last time talking.
See, but my thing is this. I think that this is where, I can understand your perspective, right? The kind of sort of like Paul and Peter. Peter's job was different than Paul's job. Paul had a whole different thought process, according to Peter. Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. Peter's last order from Christ was go not to the way of the Gentiles, but rather to the 12 tribes of Israel. So there was a beef between them. And when Christ came, when the angel of the Lord came to him on the roof and showed him all the unclean beasts, and what he was showing him is, listen, I'm opening the door up to the Gentiles now, my G. You know this. This is why Paul had to admonish Peter, because he was like, yo, Duke, every time I got to go through this problem with your leaven. The same God that blessed your walk, bless mine. Check your 11, dog. Check them. And that aspect is that you have a certain walk, like you said, right? And your walk is a certain thought process. And I can dig it. I can dig it. Again, I'm not against it. What I'm saying is that what you're doing is applying it broad stroke. And I'm saying to you, I can dig it, but there's nuance to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you said that it was a church where the pastor was pushing, well, you're going through financial struggle, because basically that's the place that they were supposed to be in. And that is completely off. We agree with you 100%. But when you speak, you make it sound like you're coming from the perspective of they lack due to them not having enough faith. And I think it's important to understand that faith is powerful, but faith is not the only factor that determines whether someone experiences poverty or financial abundance. It's just not.
Well, faith is, and I'm gonna leave it here, and this is my final statement on this, and we can talk about something else. Faith is the most powerful thing in the Bible. It's the
Mhm.
reason he said it's impossible to please God without faith.
Well,
And we
love
got
is the most powerful, but yeah.
okay.
I dig what you're saying now, E. I do
Hmm.
understand. I do understand where you're coming from. I don't want you to think I don't. And
Yeah.
the one thing I don't push when I give the gospel is poverty, dog. I don't
Right.
want
We
I don't want
don't.
you I don't want you to
Mm-mm.
think that that's what we push. We don't push
Yeah,
that.
we don't.
You dig what I'm saying? If there's somebody to what you're saying, if somebody is impoverished, you know what I'm saying? What I would do is, let me call you the man because obviously you work a good job and you're broke. Obviously you're doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? So me, I'm not an accountant. I'm pretty good with bread, but you need an accountant, dog. You need strict rules. You need a guideline. I'm not
Hmm.
that guy. So I'm gonna put you in connection with someone that is. You know what I'm saying? So I don't push that, oh, you broke because that's what the Lord wants you to be. Nah.
Right.
There's a problem that you have. Let me isolate what that problem is and do our best in the Holy Spirit to get you that answer. If I can't give it to you, I got a dude that might. Yo, E, check this out. This cat here, he makes 80 grand a year. But the way you look at this dude, he's living like he only makes $15,000 a year. Is it consistent, Bolo? Yes, it's consistent. Then there's
Mm.
something going on. Well, listen, is it okay if I give him your number so he can holler at you? No doubt, no doubt. That's how we do it because again, our job is to grow. So I agree with you. The Lord don't want us, focusing on something else that's going to take us away from Him, whether it be bread or being poor. This is why in the prayer, give us this day our daily bread. How He don't want you worrying about all that stuff. Now, again, people on different levels of it now, right? There's different people. You have millionaires that's going to be in the gospel. You have billionaires that's going to be in the gospel. You have thousandaires going to be in the gospel. They come in all walks and shapes of life. So
Right.
I'm not going to say that the Lord wants his chosen, his sheep, his special ones that he loves to be walking around in drawers.
Right, but that's a good point. That's why you said like God has a specific assignment, destiny, purpose for everybody, and sometimes it's not tied to financial wealth. Vaughn said, "Didn't Jesus instruct a man to sell all of his possessions and follow him? Did he not also tell that same man to give his money to the poor?"
But the reason why he did that was because of where the guy's heart was. It had nothing to do
Mhm.
with him being,
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with the money. It was his heart. This is why he said that the woman that gave a penny gave more because she gave freely. So at the end of the day, if that guy would have pulled out his billfold and freely gave 10 shekels, Christ would have accepted it. But
Mhm.
his heart wasn't there. That was what it was. This is why the Lord told him, yo, dude, go sell everything you. If he would have said, okay, the Lord would have said, it's the same premise when the Lord told Abraham, kill your son. Let me see if you're going to put what I give you in front of me. That was the
Mhm.
premise of it. You dig what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So when you look at it, even when Christ told the guy, when he said, listen, man, I need this and I need that. And the guy was like, well, listen, I got this issue I got to take care of. I got to do this and I got to do that. What did Christ tell him? Yo, let the dead bury the dead, dog. You're giving me too many excuses. You know what? Take what he got and give it to someone that's willing to follow. So it's about the heart. Do you
Right.
put these things that you have in front of him? Some people do. Some people is like, nah. I was watching an interview with that guy Morgan and Morgan. Now again, I don't know him, but he's the richest lawyer.
Mhm.
Morgan and Morgan, dude's a billion. I think he's worth like 8 billion. You listen to this dude talk, bro. You think he's a regular guy and
Mhm.
talks about Jesus. Talks about Jesus, man. Let me tell you something. My Lord and Savior. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Not that, you don't see too many people with that amount of substance talking like he's talking through humility. Now, again, I don't know the dude personally. That could be an act. I don't know. But I'm going to go off what he's showing. So I think, to whom much is given, much is required. What is that much that is required? Much more of your spirit is required, as far as it's easier for you to get trapped in this world. So you're going to have much more discipline. And I think that's where you come in when you're talking about financially from where you are. The Lord put you through a regimen. You see things
Mhm.
from a certain type of lens. And I think that's a good thing because, again, I see things from an IT lens. You know what I'm saying? Certain people see things from different lens. Together, we form Voltron. Because if I
Mhm.
have financial issues, I need to call my brother E so he can help me. Well, Bola, I'm gonna need to see this, that, and the third, and why is this happening, and why is that happening? If you have an
Right.
IT problem, yo, Bola, man, my internet's tripping and bugging. Well, what do you got connected? How you doing this and how you doing that? What do you have?
Mhm. That's true.
So y'all
Mama
topic
said,
was
For where
Yeah.
your treasure is, there will your heart be also. That's true.
What did you say, E?
y'all topic tonight was talking about.
No, you didn't just get to the topic. No, I'm playing.
Nah, I told you when I said I was done with, because I really believe it's gonna be somebody who watched his back, who's struggling with poverty, and they don't
Mhm.
need to hear God putting them through that. They need to have some faith. But I think we're done with it. I think everybody said what they need to say. People gonna take what they want out of it. So
Mhm.
your topic is you talking about how chaotic the chaos almost sound like the chaotic is causing confusion in our culture.
Well, it I aligned it with Isaiah 5:20. The title is the spirit of confusion in our culture. The scripture that talks about woe to those who call good evil and evil good. So it's just confronting the idea that everything is okay when it's not. Society has no moral compass, pretty much. And
Yes.
we discussed how it has, had such a negative impact on society today.
So I was having this conversation and I asked this question. I'm gonna ask you this question right before I make the statement. Mo Love, do you
Hmm.
think since we had the feminist movement, is the world a better place? So what I'm asking you is to look at the world before the feminist movement, and I want you to look at the world after the feminist movement. Do you think that we have got better as a society with and I don't want you to focus on one group of people. I'm saying society as a whole since the feminist movement have came.
Um, I would say that it has its pros and cons.
But I want to know better or worse. Are we better now or are we worse than the 50s? Are we I just want to know from your perspective how you see the world. Do you see us as better? And this is tied into the actual conversation, right? I don't want you to think I'm going off topic, right? Are we in a better situation as a whole or a worse situation?
I would say worse.
Interesting. What about you, Bolo?
Worse.
Worse.
Hmm.
Interesting. I think I have a different perspective. What I did is I went and go look. I said, what did the world look like before the feminist movement? And it was pretty bad.
Well,
Okay.
no, I wanted to ask, are you talking, okay, so let me be more specific. Are you talking as far as black people, or are you talking about in general the world, period?
I'm saying in general, like, so what I did was I said, how do the world look that was greatly affected by the feminist movement? So if I look at like the our hemisphere versus the countries that wasn't affected by the feminist movement or not as much, I'm really looking at it and I'm saying we are in a better situation. Now I understand that it's some things that are flawed in the feminist movement. I'm not disagreeing with that. But if I say, did we if we look at what women had in the 40s and 50s versus now, are the women better? Are the men moving better? Like when I start looking at, is society more peaceful now after the feminist movement or before the feminist movement? And then when I really kind of start breaking it down and I start looking at statistics, when you start talking about teen pregnancies and you start talking about all the things that was happening in America before the feminist movement, overall, it looks a lot better. Less young men are getting locked up. Like when you look at how it completely changed and I know some people get caught up on the relationship side, but the world to me in 2026 is a lot better than it was in 1950.
Well, if you're talking from the perspective of safety, and you're talking from the perspective of technology, and you're talking from the perspective of opportunity, I would agree with you. But if we're talking about from the perspective of degeneracy, if we're talking about from the perspective of people leaving God and doing their own thing, I would totally disagree.
Well, I think it.
So again, it's nuance and context to how we're looking at that's why I answered a little bit fast. And I was like, what do you mean? You know, so as far as um feminism, and I
I
agree that
agree that.
feminism at its heart, at its infancy, was made to give women a voice and things of that nature because of what was going on, but it became weaponized
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
as we moved on. So, with that being said, and we look at life in general because you broadened it out as you spoke. If we're looking at life in general, yeah, there's a lot more things that we can do that that technology has put us in a position to do that cats couldn't do. It's life a little bit easier. You couldn't become a millionaire selling socks back in the
Yep.
50s. Now you
Hmm.
can. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I agree with you in that. I do. But when it comes to relationships, the fracturedness of the nuclear family, the the uh the dismembership of the relationship between men and women, because we have these gender wars that is talked about every damn week for 48 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Talk when we talk about the mental illness and depression that these young children are going through, and when we talk about these men that suffer in silence, when we talk about these women that suffer in silence, there is so much that has been traded, that has been traded, that I think
But
that.
that's what I'm
Go
saying. I think more men suffered in silence in 1950 than in 2006. Men
again.
actually now, I think it's more men who suffered in silence in the 50s and 60s than they actually do now.
I
Like
agree.
so
I would
so
agree with you.
so so that's what I'm saying is when I'm comparing the things that even that you are bringing up, I'm saying it was back in those times it was uncommon for men to talk about their feelings and get on a call with Bolo and say, "Hey, Bolo, I'm going through XYZ." They was like, you being soft, you being like, and that's the point that I'm trying to make.
But here's the
Is
thing.
I
You know
think
why?
for women too, though, just in a different aspect, because back then women just had to be quiet, not have an opinion, and do what they were told. So
You,
we saw it on both
the,
sides.
the reason why men were like that, is because they were more accepting of their situation than they are today,
But
right?
would you agree that it's on was on both sides for men and women?
Absolutely. So
Okay.
I'm just responding to what he said to men. So, when you're talking about, back then, listen, this was your situation, brother. This is what it is. You dig? And men back then analyzed the situation they were in, and they made adjustments for the situation they were in to be better in the situation that they were in until it got better. When we look at the men today, these cats don't do that. These cats complain. We had a
Mhm.
dude the other day in a conversation. I always bring this up, so this ain't new. We had a dude talking about birds, women being birds, and they weren't respectable. They didn't deserve respect. They didn't deserve to be wifed up. They didn't deserve none of that. This is what he's saying. This is me listening for 40 minutes. And I had one question to ask him. I asked him three. Are you married? No. Do you have a girl? No. What do you have at home? A bird. I don't even want to hear what you got to say, dog.
yeah, but no, this hold on, because we gonna see.
What I'm saying, he represents a lot of these dudes that are talking.
No, but hold on, no,
Mhm.
listen. We gonna see Satan in all. I don't care. If we go to the 1912. We would see. We gonna see Satan. Like I want to be
Right.
clear. We gonna see. We gonna see Satan in the 50s. We gonna see Satan in 2006.
Absolutely. But
And,
this is
and
his time.
no, no, but what the point that I was making
Mhm.
overall, the world is better. I had a chance to. So my mother is taking care of this woman. She's 106 years old,
God bless her.
and
Mhm.
if this 106-year-old, she's walking, she's functioning, putting herself to bed, everything like she's fully functional at 106, right?
It's crazy.
Mhm.
That's a
And
blessing.
and so she done seen the world. Like
Uh-huh.
she done seen things that we haven't seen. She done lived through all this. And having this conversation with her, she said, we don't even understand what was going on in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Like she said, we have no clue of how bad it really was
Right.
because a lot of stuff was hidden. Like even like we had these older people talking some, oh, these kids, they out here just having sex and doing all this stuff. Like I didn't grow up with Freaknik around. Like
Yeah,
it seemed like when people get older, they try to act like they was this different good person in
that's
church,
a good
godly
point.
thing.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm telling you is we're getting better. And in some areas it is side effects. I'm
Let me
100%
ask you a
with you.
question. Let me ask
Yeah.
you this. Do you
Yeah.
think go ahead, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, hey sis, I love you too. Thank you for the $5 super chat. She said, hit the like or take a hike. Hey sis, love you. I love you. Happy birthday to my baby nephew. Okay, go ahead.
Do you think we're in a better place pertaining to the gospel and walking with God from the
That's
50s
what I wanted to tie to.
to now? What do you think? Who do you think, as far as generationally, was closer walking with the gospel and doing their best to stay under God's covering, then or now?
I think it's closer to the same.
You
Yeah, because like even if you go back in the past, people say, um, you know, people was at the church. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. I really think that I'm looking at. I think I got to look from my lens view of Atlanta, right?
Oh my
I
God, that's a
let me
bad
say,
place to look at it from.
but that was my lens view.
I
I
got you.
remember showing up to funerals and people say, "Hey, Bolo, by the way, that's your uncle and cousin. That's your grandpa of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the deacon, he the deacon at the church. So,
Mm-hmm.
so listen, I get that it might have the a side that they was moving different, they was closer to God. And I'm not trying to put nothing against nobody, right? I understand everybody walk is with Christ, right? But what I
Mhm.
realized is it was a lot of dysfunction back in the day. And
I
yes, they was
agree.
in church, but they was playing church.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not the question I asked you.
So
Because
with
Mo,
people,
because
I
Mo,
do want to answer your question.
because Mo answered you the same way you just answered, and
Okay,
you
but
asked her. Go ahead, floor is
let me
yours.
answer your questions. You're right. So,
Go
do
ahead.
I think people are closer to God than they was back in the past? And I would say yes. I think people have a higher level of revelation of the word than the people of the past.
That's not the question I asked you.
What was the
Okay.
question? Because I
Question,
want to answer it after
question,
E.
the question I asked you was, as a nation, do you think that people back in the 50s were closer to God and following his laws, statutes, and commandments to the best of their ability, okay, being humble and following him than they are now?
And I'm saying I say no. My answer is no. I'm
Okay.
saying like if you start really understanding like what was going on in Jim Crow and I know y'all want to get these because you remember the quote unquote Christians back in the day was them
Mhm.
white folks. Now we talking about just the black community
That's what I asked you. Remember what I asked you? I said, "Are you talking about the black community? Or are you talking in general?" You said in general.
and
I'm saying,
okay. So
I'm
that's what
saying,
I'm
You
saying. I'm
respond to
saying
that?
the white people in the past or in general was 10 times worse than the white people today, in my opinion.
But not even about white people. You said were people walking closer to God back then? Was that the
I,
question?
yes.
Okay, so I would say no. So the past was not automatically more godly, and I think sometimes um people look at the past and think society was more righteous or more orderly and more aligned with God's covering. But I believe the truth is many of the same issues that exist today also existed back then. The difference is that people often didn't talk about them. Things were less exposed, and we have to be careful to understand that silence is not the same as righteousness. They were doing things, out of order back then, as
Okay.
well as,
So
but that's just my take.
let's dig that. Were people calling themselves cats back then
No,
on a mass
okay,
scale? I'm saying
no,
on a mass scale. It might
no,
have been
no,
one
I
or
don't
two
think
people.
so. But
Okay, well,
my
people.
point was
I
more
understood
so
your point.
like,
I
right,
understood.
but I want to give more of an example.
Okay.
So, for example, when it comes to abuse, which is not of God, those things were hidden. Addictions were more hidden. Mental health struggles were hidden. These are things that people didn't talk about. Family dysfunction was hidden. What goes on here stays here. So there were a lot of things that were not aligned with God.
Do
Again, they
you
were
think
just
it's worse
less
now?
exposed
Do
then.
you think degeneracy is worse now than it was back then?
I don't know, because even when you consider the Bible, Sodom
I'm
and
just
Gomorrah,
okay.
you
We're
get what
going
I'm
through.
saying? So
We're
it's
going.
but
Let's
I'm
stay
that's just
focused on
my
that.
opinion.
I
That's
understand
my
it's your
opinion.
opinion, but you're going someplace that I don't that my question didn't go. I didn't talk
How
about Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm asking you with the 50s now and 2026. Do you
okay.
think we follow the Bible better now or then?
I
That
don't
there's
think
nuance.
what I'm saying is that there hasn't been much difference to me. I don't
I
know.
think it's
I
closer to
believe
the
that
same.
there were things happening back then that are happening today. We just have the internet. We have people that are more open. They feel more free.
So you're
So
saying
they were doing the same things
I'm
back
not saying
then.
that they wasn't. What I'm saying to you is, do you think that they were doing what's happening now? Do you think
Yes.
back then it was happening on the same scale?
I think it was bigger.
Yes, I do.
I think
Hmm.
it
Okay.
was I think it was
Because
bigger.
again, just because it
Okay.
was silent, silence is not the same as righteousness. They were doing a
Okay.
lot of foolish things back then, like they are today. Yes.
Okay. That's not the question I asked. I said the nonsense and the things, the degeneracy on a grand scale. I'm not putting a name on it. I'm just saying degeneracy.
But your
You're
first
saying
question was, were they walking closer to God back then than they are today.
And I gave nuance to it. I said degeneracy, when he asked and when he was going into a different tangent, I was like, no, I'm isolating it to this. Because again, I will agree with you that there were things hidden. People didn't talk as much and people allowed things to happen and just hoped and prayed that it would disappear. I got that. Okay. We didn't have people in a mass scale not knowing what a damn woman is. We didn't have that on a mass scale. Did we have it? Absolutely. We didn't have it where they were pushing pedophilia. We didn't have that where you have doctors pushing it now. That wasn't back then. So I'm saying to you that were there off things happening? Absolutely. I would never tell you no, there wasn't. There was. Absolutely. Well, I'm saying they're making it a normal thing now. It's normal now. Some of these things.
Right, but what I'm saying is a lot of the, hold on, E, I'm sorry. A lot of what was wrong back then, they're still doing now. There hasn't been much change. I understand that they may be more open now, but the act and them not walking with God was still going on back then. They were more silent about their unrighteousness and not following the Lord. They're just more exposed today.
So you think the number of people that push that men can be women and not having a definition, because back then, because this is where the disagreement comes. Society back then didn't push that.
That's what I'm saying. They were silent.
No, I'm saying society. I'm not talking about the individual person. Society pushes now that there is no difference between a man and a woman. A man can give birth. Society pushes that. So what I'm saying to you is, if you're going to say that the degeneracy that's happening now, where they're trying to put tampons in men's bathrooms,
and where they told you to keep quiet back in the day when you were getting raped and assaulted. I'm talking about the dysfunction back then.
No, he's isolating that situation. If he isolates,
I did not say, Mo, that there was.
But you gave an example, Bolo. So I was just giving one.
No, what I'm saying to you, I'm giving you one of many.
Okay.
We know that there was grape. We know that people had to be silent. We know that women had to shut up. They didn't have a voice. We know all that.
Okay.
I'm not running away from that. I'm saying all of that existed. Absolutely 100%. What I'm saying to you is now I'm following E. E's question was measuring. Is it the same? He was measuring. Is this the same as that? Is it worse? Is it better? Is it better? Is it worse? So I'm asking the same question, but I'm giving different situations.
Yeah. So can I answer, Bolo?
We're not on the first question where you said, are people walking closer to God today than they did in the past?
So hold on, but let's answer his question currently. In that subject, you're right. In 2026, Bolo, in that subject of them pushing it, yes, you're right. But I'm talking about over the overall picture, I think that they were still worse. So, for example, it's now more common for a woman to speak out if she have a loved one touching her versus back then you don't speak out on those things. Everybody knows. So yes, it's certain things. If we was to pick and choose,
I
know.
No one disagreed with you, Mo, when you said it. No one.
You said I wasn't saying it when I meant it's okay.
Hold on. What Bolo was saying, I got you. So what Bolo was saying, he wanted what he was talking about to be answered. He wasn't saying what you was saying was not true. Did that make sense, Molo?
Yep, it does.
So what I'm saying is, if we take that isolated thing in 2026, Bolo, you're right. It's worse today. But I'm saying I think it's worse for when somebody, because you said they wasn't pushing pedophilia, right? I'm saying they was pushing it through families.
But you're missing what I'm saying to you, bro. Okay, y'all keep moving the goalposts. Y'all keep moving the goalposts, and that's what's frustrating me. We understand that all those things existed.
I'm frustrated too, respectfully, because your original question was,
and I modified the question.
I believe so. You modified it, but the first time that I answered it, you said that Do we believe that people were walking closer to God in the 50s versus now? And I explained how no, they were not, because they were still morally off, and they did not align themselves with the Bible. They were just able to cover it up more. Today, things are more exposed. People are more open in their degeneracy. It didn't mean that they lacked it back then. They were just silent. And we have to be careful, as I stated before. Silent is not equivalent to righteousness. They were still out of order. They were just less exposed and less open. So the dysfunction was still there. And I think that it hasn't changed much.
So that's why I modified the question, because of that answer you just gave. That's why I modified the question, because you didn't answer my question.
How did I not answer
I'm
it?
going to explain how you didn't. What you said, that's why I had to say.
I did answer it. I pretty much said that it's the
Yes.
same. It hasn't changed.
So you're telling me that you have a chick, you have a woman now who will make a depiction of Christ using feces and piss, and they will push this in art galleries. You have witches and all of these things that are more outspoken now. Not saying that it didn't exist. So let me make sure I get that across. Not saying that it didn't exist. There's nothing new under the sun, right? Scriptures tell us that. So we know all of this exists. The question was in general, to mimic what E said. The question in general was, you're telling me that with everything that we see going on now, where I can get fired from school because I'm not treating your child like a cat. I can get fired as a teacher. Okay? I'm telling you that now we have tampons in boys' bathrooms. We don't know the definition of a woman no more. And people are being fired and being canceled. Okay? Now we understand that these things existed. So let me preface that. We understand that they existed. I'm saying on a world scale, on a world mass, we know all of this degeneracy, all of this evil, all of this grape, all of these things existed. Now, yes, we have a voice, we have the internet, we have all of these things that now we can see it. So now it's open. Cool. Okay. Now, again, it's this is all opinion.
Okay.
If you feel that it's the same, or maybe back then was worse, I can't fault you. That's your opinion.
Well, I kind of.
I'll be quick. So again, I was responding off of, do I believe that people were walking closer to God in the 50s versus now? And it appears, respectfully, I love and respect you, Bolo. It appears that you changed the question because you want me to agree with you.
Well, respectfully, no, I don't.
Okay, because you said, but well, you made the comment because of my answer. That's why you were going to kind of modify the
I
question.
modified it because I thought that the question I was asking would be understood because it was mimicking E's question.
So can I get in there?
Hold on one second, and then you can have it. But it wasn't being reciprocated. Not reciprocated. It wasn't being received the way in my mind I thought that I said it. So that's why I said, you know what? Let me pivot a little bit and give it this way so I can give you a better purview of what my question might be. So that's why I changed it.
So this is what I'm hearing, and I might be wrong. Let me say that. What I'm hearing is both of these generations was operating in dysfunction. Bolo said that from his perspective, he think is worse now because now it's being pushed by society itself. If you go back to the 50s, all of these things was happening, but it wasn't being pushed. So these people have always existed, aka these witches and all this stuff. All this have been doing it, but what the internet have done is instead of them being able to affect their local community, now he believes it's worse because they can push this out to the whole society, their ideology. Is that kind of fair, Bolo?
Listen, that's 100%. Scriptures say that.
I know. Okay, so
I understand you're saying that, but I'm saying the scripture says that it's getting worse. Progressively, it's getting worse because now society is saying it's okay. And if you say something against it, check this out. We're going to take your business license or we're going to shut you down until you agree with this. There was a business, a Christian business. They made cakes. They baked cakes for weddings. They were Christians. Okay. This same-sex couple came in and said, listen, we want to have a cake. And they was like, nah, that's not what we do.
It came in Seattle. That was in Seattle.
Yeah, that's not what we do. They got them fired. They got the business closed.
Yep.
They went to court. They got the business closed. This is my personal business. This is what I do. I have every reason to think that way or anything. I do this. This is what I do. So because I don't want to, they closed the business down that was almost 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the point of what I'm saying. Maybe I didn't explain it correctly. The point that I'm making is all of this stuff existed. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. I promise you there isn't.
No, so
worse. Go ahead, E. Go ahead.
No. I want you to understand, because I understand the point that you're coming from. But this level of discrimination was also in the 50s. Now, they did, hold on. And I'm talking about from a social norm from the 50s. Yes, they was not pushing the agenda of that community, but they was pushing it from the agenda of destroying black communities. Or saying, hey, black, okay, hold on. So saying, hey, are we going to quote unquote kill you if you sundown towns? And that was pushed by society. So yes, it have changed, but in my mind, I'm thinking that they're saying that you can't operate a business is not as bad as I'm going to hang you for a tree because of the color of your skin. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I totally agree with you on that. I'm saying to you that in some manners, the wickedness that was back then can't be paralleled, right? I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. But according to what you did, because I asked you, I said, are you talking about blacks or are you talking in general? Your statement was, I'm speaking in general. So that changed the whole perspective of the conversation, right? So that's why I was like, that's why I gave the answer that I gave you. So now when I give you the same question per the same parameters you gave, now you can't put it to black people. We got to be in general.
No,
I'm just saying. No, I'm saying before. You're doing it now.
I get what you're saying.
I'm saying before. You know what I'm saying? If we want to isolate it and talk about black people, absolutely 100%. I agree with you.
And the reason that I'm leaning more to it was worse in the past is because when I talk to people who lived in that time, see, because we're talking from theory for the most part, is what we think. But when I sit down with a person 106, 97, like I love talking to old people. Like it's like one of my favorite things to do. When I sit down and talk to them, they say, hey, they call me Bam Bam, right? A lot of old people, right? They say, hey, Bam Bam.
You do look like Bam Bam. You do look like Bam Bam.
They said, hey, Bam Bam, you think it's bad what y'all going through? He said, the old people telling me I'm okay with people being delusional and not knowing this compared to what we went through. So that's my
why? Because their physical, their slavery was physical. Our slavery is spiritual and mental. So absolutely, I would agree with that. We have it much better. We have it much better than they did.
Yeah, so that's kind of my theory on why I'm saying that overall, I think that it was worse then. But I'm not justified. I want to be clear.
No,
it's pretty bad now. It's really bad now too. Now,
I don't think you're justifying, and that's not the position that I'm taking from you or Mo, that you're justifying it. What I'm saying is, I definitely tell people all the time when they sit there and they say, if I would have got off the slave ships, there ain't nobody. My man, please. The Lord put you where he put you because he knew you couldn't handle slavery. I couldn't handle slavery, dog.
Yeah.
We weren't built for it. That's why the Lord put us in this time. You ain't built to see your woman get raped and then she has to come back home to you and there's nothing physically you can do, but you got to get back up and go pick cotton and get whipped. You're not built for that. That was a special people. They were strong mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Period. So when they're talking, when I talk to the OGs and the elders, they're coming from a perspective of, I couldn't speak. You'd get lynched. Now it's changed to more of a spiritual thing now at this point.
It was an
Right?
overcorrection. Listen,
Yeah,
it was
so
that.
here's the crazy thing. It's like when you talk about Jesus, right? When you talk about Jesus and you're talking, especially if I have a conversation and you talk about Jesus, there's no problem. Jesus is beautiful. He's this, he's that, he's this.
Mm-hmm.
When the color of his skin pops up, the conversation changes. Why do we have to worry about his color? But when you had the white picture of Jesus, you was cool with that. When you had the
Make it
rock
make
star,
sense.
when you had the rock star on the wall, it was cool.
Yeah,
There
but
was no problem with it. There was no issue. But soon as you sit there and go, well, hold on, he came from a place, melanated people. Not that
Yeah, when you call
color's
it
not,
out.
salvation is not depending on color. It's not.
Right.
but yeah, so like, I just want you to understand, Bolo. And,
Yeah.
and, and and even when I sit down with the military older guys, and they explain to me, they said, you don't understand how it felt as a black man to go fight
That's
in
correct.
a country
Yeah,
for a country and come back and be hated.
absolutely.
He said, I'm telling you, the war that you fight in today, in
Is
his mind, is 10 times easier.
absolutely 100%. But here's the thing: spiritually, it's 100 times worse.
Mm.
That's the point. Yeah,
I got
physically, believe me, I'd rather be here. So let's get this clear. I'd rather be here than be there. So I'm not telling you that I'm
but
the
you gotta finish that, Bolo. So are you saying spiritually you rather be there?
no. I'm saying physically, as far as their plight, I wouldn't want to be there, dog.
I'm talking
I
about from
wouldn't want to be there.
spiritually though. Well, spiritually,
Spiritually,
you
I
rather been there than here?
spiritually, yeah,
Wow. Okay.
yeah, spiritually, because although all of that other stuff that we were talking about existed, we had no choice but to hold on to Christ. Now there was
We were strong.
degeneracy and all that.
Yeah.
There was degeneracy in all that stuff, but you held on to hope. Lord, it's so hard living this life, a constant struggle each and every day. I'd rather die than to continue living this way. I want to be free, totally free. If that ain't spiritual, I don't know what is.
I
Now
got you.
again,
I get your point now.
I don't want the whipping. Don't get that twisted. I don't want that. But they had nothing else but to hold on to, which was that. Now, did degeneracy exist?
So what are you?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So what he said? Would you have rather endured back then or today?
No, he was asking
Overall,
spiritually.
but
He was no physically, no.
no, I'm saying overall, if you had to take both, if you had to take physical and spiritual, would you rather be in that time or this
No,
time?
this time.
This,
Okay.
yeah.
No.
So yeah, and I think
But I'd rather be in this time, but the Lord has given me wisdom enough to sit here and say that their connection was different than what we have.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and I understand the fact. So you got to understand when I was having this conversation, it wasn't. Maybe some was believers, but it wasn't. So when we was talking overall, we was looking at the overall picture. I do understand that you had to have a connection with God if you just got beat, or you
Oh
just
my
didn't, or
God.
you just seen if you just seen your wife be annihilated, or you seen your son been hanged, like or beat for going into like. So I do think that they were stronger spiritual people. So
Absolutely.
I have to agree with that.
Dogs physically. Yeah, my man. Let me explain something to you. I was talking to a dude in the barbershop, and I was saying to him, I said, hear him talking. Let me tell you something, saying if I was in slavery, did that and third, and whatever, shut. And I'm listening to him, and I'm like, This dude has no clue of what science is. I said, let me ask you a question, my G. Do you know why a whip makes that noise? Whoosh. He was like, nah. I said, because the tip of it breaks the sound barrier. The tip of it breaks the sound barrier. That's why it makes that noise. Okay? That's fast.
Right.
You're telling me that you get off that boat and you're one of the dudes that talk too much. And they strap you down and hit you once. You gonna still fight? My man, go get your cut and shut up. Go get your cut and shut up.
Yeah,
So stop talking because it's a disrespect to the elders that walked through there.
yep.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah. I agree.
disrespect.
And then can you imagine getting beat so much that
Nah,
you
dog.
didn't even cry or you
No.
didn't
Oh my
scream anymore?
Dog.
gosh.
No. My father hit me with
Oh,
a belt and I would flip out.
right.
And he loved me. Imagine a dude that hates you and all he looks at you as property.
My God.
And he
Oh,
whips you, my dude. Not with no concern of God or whatever it is. You are 3/5 of a man, as it says today in the Constitution, and they whip you. Dogs, don't talk to me about you can withstand that. Don't do that. Because it's a disrespect to the OGs and the elders that paved the way. Don't do that. Because of their struggle and because of their pain, we stand on top of their accomplishments, right? So don't take that for granted. Because I
how do you
guarantee
feel?
And then can you imagine going to a therapist for you trying to run away and they said that you have a mental illness?
Right.
listen,
And how do you feel about people that say, um, oh, well, you chose to be a slave? They make it sound so easy because they didn't have to endure that time, right? So it's easy to, I guess, point fingers at why they endured what they did. What are your thoughts? Do you
they were
agree with that
sold in this.
statement?
They were sold into slavery.
Right, but
There
you
was no
know, some
choice.
people say it was their doing to stay in that position, and I
But
disagree.
but it's true
Here's
though.
the,
That is true.
okay. I'm gonna let you rock out with that one because I can see the setup. So
It
uh,
was
That's
it
not
was
true, E.
hold on. Let me tell you why it was a choice. It was a choice. It wasn't. They didn't have an option to choose different. But some people did choose death.
right. So what do you?
Yeah, that's kind of
Okay. So hold on, E. Come on, man. Come on, E. Don't do that, dog. So
No,
you're
no.
telling me I understand.
I'm
Listen,
just
I
saying it
understand
was a
your
choice.
that. So the choice is either be a slave or die.
Yeah, you said
Okay.
you would
All
chose death.
right. Okay. I'm saying I'm glad the Lord didn't put me there.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm glad the Lord didn't put me in that time frame. What I'm saying is if you're saying to me that you have choices, man, the choice is shut up and be a slave or jump off that boat and die. Because plenty of them did when they would mutiny. You know what they would do? Because they were tied up, they would push off the first guy, and the rest of them would fall right beside him. Some of them would say, "Yo, you know what? Nah,
Wow.
dogs, I'm not living this life." There was some people that thought the way you say that. But understand this too: if every man and every woman thought that way, we wouldn't be here now speaking the way we're
Yep,
speaking.
I
That's
agree.
true.
So the Lord had some of them say, nah, man, I'm not going to die. There's no glory in death, but there's glory in Christ. There's glory in saying that, you know what, there's going to be a better time coming. And if they didn't go through what they go through, if it got to us, oh, Lord have mercy, my G. Oh,
Yeah, so
imagine if the government right now said slavery's back in.
I got you,
That wouldn't work out.
and yeah, and so yeah, I get what I 100% understand what you're saying, and I do think it was God will for people to choose to endure that to get to where we're at today. I would never kind of discredit what our ancestors did to make it what we can live today. But when I not say but, I don't want to say but. When people say we had a choice to make, and some people in Bolo words, they chose God and some people chose death. I'm just looking at the end of times when we start looking at Revelation and they say you're gonna have to make this choice again. Either serve the devil and take the mark, or you have to choose death.
But see, what you're doing is it's a different context now, right?
Mhm.
Because remember, the Lord was setting it up for here. At that point, there's no more setup. We are where we are. There is no setup. There is no more 500 years of slavery and all that stuff. That's done. We here, baby. So now this, what you're doing now is you're either going to serve Satan or serve me. See, back then there was preparation. There was a preparation. These cats got to go through what they have to go through to get here so that I can set it up. The same thing with Joseph and Israel. Israel had to go through what they had to go through to get to where Joseph was, to be in Egypt and to multiply bigger than Egypt to the point where Pharaoh came in and he was like, yo, bro, they're more than us. If they decide to kill us, they can. Nah, put them in slavery. There's a purpose to everything that happens. So now when we get to that point, which is going to happen soon, hope sooner than later, when we get to that point, the decision isn't Jesus or die. The decision is Jesus or Satan. That's it. And that's a different thought process at this point,
I got you.
right? You know what I'm saying? So there are some similar context, but when we get to that point, and that's the point that I was trying to make. And maybe I did a bad job, but sometimes I'm getting
No,
something.
I
So maybe
think
I did a bad job of prefacing
What
the
the
question, prefacing the question, and I'm up to saying that I didn't preface it correctly. But the point that I wanted to make was the spiritual aspect of it. All of it existed. All the degeneracy existed. You dig what I'm saying? Christ tells you there's nothing new under the sun. So if it was being done now and not then that means it's something new. All of it, from Rome to the Roman Greco Empire to the Persians and the Medes to the all of them did it. It all existed. You know what I'm saying? But now, dogs, you say something, you finish. Dude, I watched a TED Talk where a psychiatrist was saying we need to really reconfigure the DSM and throw pedophilia in there.
Hey, Construct. He said, Bolo, do you have a whole church yet?
I'm working on it, man. We need a roof. We dealing with a roof. We need a roof.
yeah.
I got my man right here, E. But E, between you and I, we don't really need a roof. It's just the tides we need.
I got you.
Okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Keep it between us.
So yeah, I got it. So yeah, I just let me tell you this, my love. There's nowhere on the internet I feel like I can have this conversation. Your channel is so unique on YouTube, and people don't
Thank
understand it.
you. I appreciate that, E.
And I really enjoy it. And I understand sometimes I'll be underneath your nail, but
But it makes for great dialogue and understanding. So,
and sometimes people look at it and they say like you know Mo Love disagree with B. Mo Love disagree with E. Bolo disagree with E. But sometimes I look at the chat and some conversations that I'm having, a person say I needed that, and so sometimes
yeah,
people think, they be like, oh well, this wasn't for me. Yeah, I was talking to you, but in reality, I was talking through the
Absolutely.
conversation. So I
I
enjoy.
listen, Mo Love and I don't
that
agree
makes
on
sense.
everything.
Yeah, we don't.
You just seen it. We don't agree with everything, but the point of the matter is, and this is the difference between people that are closed-minded and people that are foundational and open to the conversation. There's a difference. When people that are closed-minded, I'm good. People that are foundationally founded, I can have the conversation with you. You ain't gonna move me, but I'm open to the conversation. Let's have it.
Well, I ain't
And
trying to move you. I'm just trying to get you
no,
to
no, no, no,
pivot.
no. I'm not saying, yo, my God.
Just a pivot.
I'm
Just
not
pivot a little
saying
bit.
you. I'm saying what makes us different. You dig what I'm saying? Because we're apt to having the conversation. Because again, me agreeing with you don't change the fact that Christ is my Lord and Savior. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
Right.
saying? You may
Right.
add
Right.
something to me that may strengthen my walk. You know what I'm saying? And just make it that much stronger. So we're not adverse to that. Some people are. Some people say, no, I don't want to have that conversation. No, let's have it. If it's a nonsensical conversation, then I'll stop it as far as with me. If someone else wants to have it, they're more than welcome to have it. But I won't
Right.
participate in it. But if it's a conversation that might help somebody else,
Mm-hmm.
that's the point. The conversations that we have necessarily isn't for us. You know, the tree doesn't make the fruit for itself, it makes the fruit for the passerby. So
Mm-hmm.
the more learned that we are and the more articulate that we are, you know, we learn to be articulate here. What does that mean? We learn that maybe the question I asked wasn't the way I thought it in my mind. It didn't come out the way I thought it would.
But I
Because the
do
Mm-hmm.
think
question,
it sparked the right conversation for someone else to
absolutely
produce
100%.
Yeah,
to
that's
produce the
true.
fruit. So
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
Um.
Because I'm gonna say this, and then I'll let you go, Mo. Because you got to understand, it's all about NASA.
Hmm. Oh, I just got it. Right. Oh my gosh. I saw him a few weeks ago on somebody's channel.
That's my man.
Thank you. Shout out to Vaughn for the $10 super chat. He said, the blessings of the Lord maketh rich and adds no sorrow. May the Lord continue to give you peace and joy. Thank you so much, Vaughn, for always supporting. I appreciate you.
That's what's up. Keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love. That you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support. Keep it going.
Do you be singing a song?
yeah,
I do.
you heard him. He be saying it every time.
That's
So
funny.
so so more love. Do you have a Bible with you? Uh,
I have one right here on my nightstand, and of
or
course on my phone too.
well, I know that Bolo got one. Bolo, can you pull up Matthew 9:29?
9 and 29. You know, what's so crazy. I had it open already.
Perfect.
You know, so you want Matthew's 9:29. Let me get that verse.
84. That's funny. Hey, Irby, I see you're still awake.
Is this the something on? I might not, because I was reading. Oh, that's Matthew. You said Matthew 9. I had Matthew 6. Hold on. Sorry. All right, Matthew 9:29. You want me to read it for you?
Yeah, just read 29 and 30.
Okay. Then he touched their eyes, saying, according to your faith, let it be to you. And their eyes were open. And Jesus sternly warned them, saying, see that no one knows it.
I'll do
30.
31 to do 31 too.
But when they had departed, they spread the news about him in all that country.
From that scripture, and I know it's more context throughout this whole verse. Mo love, let me ask you, what do you believe Jesus was trying to tell them?
Honestly, I'm doing something
I
different,
got
and
you.
I wasn't. What was it again? Can you
Or
read it?
Bolo can give his take, and then you can.
What was the scripture
I'll read it.
again? Can
I'll
you
read it
read
for you.
it?
I'll read it for you.
Okay,
It says
it's Matthew. You said.
Matthew's chapter 9, verse 29 through 31. And it says, then he touched their eyes, saying, according to your faith, let it be to you. and their eyes were open, and Jesus sternly warned them, saying, "See that no one knows it." But when they had departed, they spread the news about him in all the country.
Mm. What do you think? The one that I'm asking about, when Jesus said, "See that no man knows it," after he healed them, based on your understanding of the Bible, Mo Love, why do you think Jesus was speaking in this way?
See that no man knows it. So I would say he was just strictly instructing them not to tell anyone about the miracle. Is that what you were asking? What that meant, or
It's no wrong answer. Yeah. What about you, Bolo?
uh, and I think it was also to like, um, if you're asking the reason behind it, I would say to avoid like societal chaos, possibly to control the spread of who he was. I don't know.
What about you, Bolo?
I would say that, the warning that he gave them was out of protection for themselves, right? Because of what they were trying to get Christ on
Hmm.
and the spreading of his miracles. But this, despite the warning, the uncontrollable faith that these men had, because they were blind, um, they spread the reputation. They spread his what he did. So I think that sometimes, what he was saying is, you gotta walk circumspectly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That sometimes you're gonna have to just chill out and understand check the temperature of the room, basically.
Hmm. And Vaughn said Jesus often instructed people to keep his miracles quiet to avoid hindering his primary mission.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you so much, Construct Icon, for the 199 super chat. He said positive energy activates constant elevation.
Oh man, what
Absolutely.
record was
That's
that?
so good.
What song was that? Constant innovation and expansion in the mansion. I don't know if that's
Oh, I
my.
didn't know that was. Is it before my time?
But go ahead, E.
That must be old.
It is. Oh wow.
Okay.
She called Bolo old indirectly
You
right
see,
there.
I'm
you see,
playing.
you
I
see how
am
I caught it, right?
joking.
You heard me say,
I'm
"Wow!" I just caught it.
joking.
Well, go ahead, E. Talk to us.
So I'm trying to understand, was
Thank
these
you,
people,
Irby. Sorry.
do you believe that these men was in God's will?
Yes.
Okay. So because we understand that Jesus had to go through what he had to go through
Yes.
to get back to the Father, right? It couldn't have been held a secret.
Correct. Yes.
And so my question, because this made me think of Joseph, right? And
Right.
I hear people tell the story that Joseph supposed to kept it to himself. I don't know if you ever heard anybody teach that, right? They'd be like,
No. Yeah, I've
Joseph,
never heard no one teach that.
Joseph supposed to kept it to himself. This was for him. He didn't supposed to reveal it. I think even his father told
Yeah.
him not.
Really?
Right. His
Yeah.
father told me, "No, you shh."
Hey, you better not tell your brothers this. Talking about you gonna do this. I'm telling. So his father gave him the forewarning, right? Don't
Correct.
do it. And Joseph did it anyways. And so you believe with Joseph telling his brother that was part of God's will.
Absolutely. Absolutely. God, it's like when you read Esther, God isn't mentioned not once in that book, neither is Lord. But what is that book showing you? That even though he may not be mentioned, he's still in the background moving things around to make sure it happens the way he needs it to happen to proclaim his will. So
So
even though, go ahead, I'm sorry.
so everything that's going on in the culture today, I know even from the perspective that it's worse, this is all God's will and it's playing out the way that He wanted to be, right?
Mhm.
So, since it's a part of the plan, I know that we still supposed to bring more people into the kingdom of God, and we're supposed to just elevate in so many different ways.
Mhm.
Um, the question that I guess I'm trying to get answered is um I'm trying to think. I want to make sure I word it correctly. So the question I'm trying to get answered is, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. So the question I want to get answered is, because of the things that's happening that's in God's will, this is the natural order that we supposed to be um fulfilling, almost like it's the destiny of mankind.
Is that a question you asking?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
asking that question.
Okay.
So I'm asking, like, does this supposed to be the destiny of mankind, and it's supposed to happen like this? Because I hear a
I'll,
lot of people saying that we don't supposed to be in this chaotic state.
I'll answer the question with this: Romans 8:28, and it reads, "And we know that all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose."
Mhm.
And this is what I tell people too. What we have to understand is the Bible was written for us, not to us. And there's a
Mhm.
difference. It was written for us to learn, to grow from, to understand, and to apply. It was written to those men and women to go through. We see that today happening, right? You going through what you went through, either man in your life, was written for you. It was written for you to go through it, but it's for your children to learn from the mistakes that you made, the issues that you created, the problems that you solved, all these different things. They learn from it from the stories you tell them. They learn from it from what your wife tells them. They learn from it from watching. But they weren't meant to go through it. The same thing we just talked about slavery. It wasn't meant for us to go through it. It was meant for us to learn from it.
Mhm.
And the Lord tells you that there's nothing in the universe. I mean, when we read the last 4 chapters of Job, which I wish you were there, you know, the last 4 chapters of Job is the Lord showing Job, I got it all under control, dog.
Mhm.
Everything that you go through, I got it under control. First chapter 38, he was asking him about space and clouds and the rain. And Job can't answer that question. So he got a little closer to Job 39. Let's talk about the lions and the eagles and all these different things. Do you know about that? Job couldn't possibly answer that question. Cool, okay. I just wanted you to understand that there are things that you don't understand that I do that I got under control. Now let's take it to the other side, right? The violence and the fear and all that stuff. Let's talk about the behemoth. Behemoth don't even worry about you guys. There's nothing you got that scares the behemoth. Let's talk about the Leviathan. There's nothing that you have, but check this out. When I roll up on the Leviathan, I play with it like it's a bird. So, in me saying all of that to you, Job, I want you to know that the man that has everything else in control, even though you don't understand the mystery, know that if I got all of that in control, how much more do I have my creation, which I loved and came down here and died for, under control?
So we should be excited of what's happening now because it's God will. Like, and the
I'm
reason I'm
excited. You heard me say that, right? I said I hope it happens sooner than later. I'm
y-
excited.
yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Cause like when I first hear like people having like a problem with what's going on with Trump and what's going on in the Middle East and all of these things, it's almost like this is God's will.
Right.
Bolo,
Yes, ma'am.
Construct was asking, I because I'm ending when they're done with their conversation, because he does have to get up and do the morning reads. Construct wanted to come up.
Oh yeah, because I gotta go, so he can come on up. I don't know. I gotta go.
The conversation with Construct, I mean, I don't know what he wants to talk about. It's up to you. It's gonna be, hopefully it's short, but go ahead, E. What was your finishing thing?
Okay.
No. In finishing up, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I believe, like I know a lot of people was like upset that who our president was. They upset with us going to war, and they upset with all of these things that's happening in the world. And I know people want in their view, we be in this kumbaya state, right? Where it's just peaceful and nothing's happened and prophecy is not being fulfilled. But I almost think that as believers, we should be rejoicing that we're getting closer to the end.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
So yeah, so that's the only point that I was making is when we start talking about the culture, and this ties into the main topic, the culture, the chaos, the all of these things happening, doctors trying to push safety for pedos and all this crazy stuff. This is what it was designed for. It was literally designed for us to get to the end zone, like the finish line. And so I just think believers need to take a different approach of if instead of us, and we still can call it out. Don't get me wrong, but we need to get to a point where we saying, "Hey, Lord, how about not my will on what I want done on this earth, but how about your will and your fulfillment
Right.
is coming into pass?" And so, reading, like I said, that part of Matthew 9:29, I start understanding that if you understand his will and his destiny, it might not be our will, or it might be not be peaceful, even like the times that was talking about slavery and all this stuff, for us to get to that final destiny. And I was thinking the scripture, it says every man gonna have to take up their cross, right? And so some people complain about the cross that God has set for their life. That's the only point I was making
Well, let me
before I
say
get
this
out of
to
here.
you. Let me read this to you, E. And for all those, I was going to start at 9, but I'll start at 4. This is Jesus speaking. It says, and Jesus answered and said to them, see to it that no one misleads you, for many will come in my name saying, I am the Christ, and they will mislead many people, and you will be hearing of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not alarmed. So this goes to what you're saying. He tells you, watch and pray. He's saying this is supposed to happen, right? The reason why he put the ear back on the centurion is, Peter, you got to chill. This ain't time for that yet. I came to die. I came to die. Continuing, for those things must take place. I'll read it again. See to it that no one misleads you, for many will come in my name saying, I am the Christ, and they will mislead many people. And you will be hearing of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not alarmed. Don't let this trip you out when they're saying all these different things. Get prepared, for those things must take place. But that is not the end. That is not yet the end. For nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. And there will be famines and earthquakes in various places. But all these things are merely the beginning of birth pains.
Yeah.
Then they will hand you over to tribulation and kill you. And you will be hated by all nations because of my name. And at the end time, many will fall away, and they will betray one another and hate one another. And many false prophets will rise up and mislead many people. And because lawlessness is increased, because lawlessness has increased, because lawlessness, this is society. This ain't flesh no more. This is an attack on the spirit, has increased. Most people will become cold. Most people's love will become cold. But the ones who endure to the end is the one who will be saved. this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world as a testimony to the nations, to all the nations, and then the end will come. So at the
Hold
end of,
on really quick.
yes,
Construct, can you put the peace sign up at the back? Just so I know it's
just
you
put
and
your
not a
overlay still if you
video.
don't. Put your
Yes.
overlay up if you don't feel it. So to what you're saying, E, you know, me, I look at this and I'm like, word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Like, yeah, let it happen.
So,
You know what I'm saying?
and the biggest thing is the whole point of me bringing that up is I think people need to stop trying to change God's will and to focus on delivering as much people's souls as possible. Like our
Hey,
job
I'm
is
sorry, E. Hey, Construct, is that you? Construct? Uh,
Call him one more time. If he doesn't, then just, he can hit the link again.
I don't know. He was on camera before I brought him up. Then he went off camera and silent.
Okay. Go ahead, E.
so the point that I'm saying is I believe as believers, our assignment at this point is not to change the will or change people from thinking in these chaotic ways. It's more of to save as many people from hell as we possibly can. And sometimes we get distracted on what's going on in the world and we don't focus on the souls that's going to hell. And that's kind of why I kind of went down there because sometimes we talk about, and there's nothing wrong with talking about what's going on today and talk about how we would like for those things to change. But the focus is if we see the signs of what's coming, we should be accelerating to get as many people to Christ as possible. And I think that's the focus that some believers get out of focus of. And that's all I was saying. That's my final thoughts.
I couldn't agree with you more. This is why a lot of the times on the platforms that I go on to, when these dudes is talking about the nonsensical conversation that they talk about, I admonish them and say, listen, you have 500 people in this room and you want to talk about damn gender wars and not talk about Christ or mental illness or helping that man or woman that is struggling with trying to get to where they need to be or trying to be a help. That's what we're doing. You guys, listen. Well, I'm not no leader, Bolo. I'm not no leader. When you put a mic and you start talking, by default, you become a leader. If you don't want the accountability and responsibility of it, turn your mic off. Don't speak.
It's true.
Okay? So once you do that and you have a following, those men and women, children, kids, whatever, their blood is on your hands.
Right. Hey, Construct, is that you? Are you there? Construct, are you there?
Yeah, I have a good night.
Yo,
All
E,
right, you too.
I'm gonna holler at you, E. We need to kick it.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, my G.
Yeah, I don't know. He was coming up and then he dropped. But thank everybody for tuning in. Maybe Sunday night we go live 10:30 p.m. Central Construct if you would like to come back up. If you guys did not catch the beginning of the stream, please tune in and feel free to share the live stream. And I appreciate you all's support. I pray that you all have been helped. Um, yeah, and we'll be back Sunday prayerfully. And please subscribe to Bolo too. I have to remember to put your link in there. Bolo goes live every morning. Can you do the times?
Every morning, Eastern Standard Time, 7 a.m. For an hour, we read a chapter in the Bible. We go live Tuesday at 8 p.m. for the prayer. We go live at 11:30 on Friday for Testimony Friday. And we go live again on Sunday at 7 p.m. for the Our Scorched Earth show.
Yes. So if you all could please subscribe. They go live daily. And I've heard a lot of people express that they, want to hear positive God motivated content. I'm about to post his link, guys. My bad. Yes, Vaughn said, join our morning reads where we read the word from the scripture every morning and give insight to its meaning. Be blessed by the reading of the word, of the living God. Yes.
Couldn't have said it any better, Vaughn. I'm going to try and take a picture of that and write it in the thing. That was perfectly said.
Yeah, it was.
So this was a
Is
good
that
show.
Family Guy?
Yeah. I got him playing in the background.
I
No.
didn't even know
It's
Family
not
Guy
Family
still
Guy's
came on.
American Dad, not Family Guy, American Dad.
Oh,
I was
okay.
looking at someone making a sword, but in a conversation with E, he finished making it, then that just automatically came on. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, guys. Did you want to give your final thoughts or?
Yeah, no, the conversation was beautiful. It's always good to have conversation and open thought, it with the foundation of the gospel and the word. So it's always good to have conversation and to hear what other people hear where they are, so Lady D Flo said it was their parents' job to introduce their children to God. What about those that don't have good parents?
Exactly.
Those people that don't have good parents.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
That's something to think about.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't look for the problem. I look for the solution. So, yeah, that's just my thought process, and that's me. So other people do how they do, and they're up to that. So, yeah, I look for the solution to it. I get them where I fit in. So, yeah. Yeah, so it was a good show, man. Open conversation is always good.
Yeah, it was great. And thank you guys so much for the support. Prayerfully, we will be back Sunday night at 10:30. Everybody be blessed. Good night, guys.
Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you can see the pain these people living in. Oh, I'm trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall.